Hello, everybody. How's it going? I say everybody, and I mean just the great and thunderous novelist is here in our midst. How's it going, buddy? The thunderous novelist. So, Ivan the Terrible is... Boy. 1 second. You know what this is? This is a hand massager. I use this after a particularly intense drawing session, so I can massage my hands for a minute. I got it for Christmas. Well, I did draw for about 8 hours straight last night. Who knows how long we'll draw tonight? It is the weekend, so theoretically, we'll get more. Theoretically, it's I was kicking it. It was fun. I actually had a lot of fun last night, even though it was long. So how goes the Cheeseman? It was a long, even though it was a very long evening, I had a lot of fun. You know, it was funny. My computer crashed literally. My internet crashed literally. Like the stream crashed literally the second I said, you know, it's really irritating when you do a longer stream and the stream crashes, because then people don't notice how long you've been on. And then right as I said that, it crashed, and I was like, you know what? This is too perfect of a time. I have to call it here. I will not get a better outro than that. I will not get a better outro than me saying, I hate it when it crashes, then it crashes. Tonight. Any progress is good progress. Yeah. Well, you know, people bring them up. Do I sometimes wish I could tell some people that this is not the stream where let's maybe not bring up the darkest things in the world all the time? Yes, that would be nice. I've had to really get on, I've had to bring up now occasionally to people that it's like, you know, I am not your therapist. I am not a licensed therapist, and it would be immoral for me to act like your therapist, you know? Lizard! Oh, yes. Yes, that too. Oh, that's good. Lizard, my buddy, my friend, how are things going? How are things going, Liz? I know I don't know. I want to be nice. I want to, people deserve to have, I want to make sure people feel safe talking to me, but it's also like I just, I can't be like whatever that is. Like, I can't be that sort of person. And there has been times on here where I'm like legitimately certain. I'm like legitimately certain that, like, like, if I don't say the right thing, like, this person may kill themselves, and I'm like, oh Jesus. And like, I don't know how like, it's not exactly great to put that on me. I mean, this is, so yeah. But Lizard. So how are things going, Lizard? Did you get a chance to listen to the Batman thing I suggested to you? I'm curious what your thoughts on that are. Thunderous. Yeah. Don't freak out. A lot of writers are motivated by things they see in society and they don't like, and they want to talk about that. And I think that's a lot of great books have been, built from, I saw this thing and fuck this thing. Yeah. Fuck this thing. I want to write a whole book explaining how much this is a dumb thing. So no job prospects yet? What do we think of these guys so far? I've been working for like 3 days on them. I like them. But I want other. No. Yeah. No, I 100% agree. Don't blow that. Did I ever tell you about the time I had? Oh boy, I don't. I've never even told my mom this because she would not approve. I got an interview. I got an interview once for an erotic game company. For a company that produced erotic games. They were looking for writers and. Mm-hmm. They asked me for a writing sample, and I gave one, and then I never heard back from them. So, yeah, I wasn't good enough apparently for them. So, well, they wanted somebody with a lot of knowledge about hip hop, and I'm pretty big. I know a lot about rap, so I was like, oh, I'll sign up. Yeah. They asked for me for a writing. A company that produced it once asked me for a writing sample. I don't know, or maybe more accurately saying, they asked me for a writing sample and then I never heard back from them. I could have read the shit out of that. They wanted these people were working on like a hip hop game or something. I don't know. I know a good. I think I know a not insignificant amount about rap music. Yeah. Yeah. Hey, listen, it was a job. I would have taken it. That's fine. Listen, it would have been more. Yeah, I think I've told that. I've told that story before, but I haven't said it in a while. Yeah. Hey, listen. In the end, I wasn't good enough for them, so they didn't hire me. Also, apparently, I didn't like the right type of rap music. Is the implication I got. Well, they're like, the guy seemed to like me, and then he asked me then the guy seemed to like me, and then he asked me what type of rap music. It was we were just emailing, and the guy seemed to like me, and then he asked me what type of rap music I like. Well, not sort of feedback. Okay, so he liked me, and then he asked what type of rap music I liked, and I talked about a few of my favorites. I said like, oh, I really like MF Doom and stuff like that, and then never heard anything back from him. So I'm like, okay, I guess my music choices weren't that good. Exactly. Who knows? It was it was it was a weird thing that I almost got, and then it didn't happen. Ooh, what are you cooking? For the first time, you've never cooked before? Never? Holy shit! I'm pampered too, and I cook for myself somewhat frequently. What are you making? Okay. Oh man. And to think they had that whole bus and everything. The fact that you worked for the Zanga boys. Okay, so what do we think of these characters? Do you think people would read a weekly comic, weekly comic, or twice? I guess I would have to update it. Thrice daily comic, thrice a week comic about these two characters. You get to go. Terrible. Do you know that Lizard wrote for the new Silent Hill game? Yeah. True. True. Well, that's the whole. That will be a whole other element, but. Well, yes, but we also the characters need to be appealing. I can't just do stick figures. I mean, I could do. I mean, I could do just this. Let's see. I mean, Order of the Stick was a great webcomic, and that was just stick fingers. Yeah. Good stick figure. 1 second. Better stick figure. Don't give joint. Do this. Yeah, there we go. That looks better. Just have it be. Not a burger? I make burgers. Burgers are easy to make. Oh yeah, you just get ground beef. You get ground beef from the store and you just make it into a patty and fry it. That's all you have to do. It takes like 10 minutes. 10-15 minutes. Yeah. Yeah. The worst part about cooking is all the cleanup you have to do afterwards, in my opinion. Like I spend like you spend like 20 minutes cooking and then you spend like an hour cleaning up after cooking. And then you have to do it all again over and over and over again. Like some sort of demented madman. Yeah, I hate it. I hate cleaning up after cooking. And I was just like, why am I doing this? Why am I doing this? Yeah. Well, yes, if you're experienced and trained enough, you can. I just hate it. I hate it so much. Yeah. I'm trying lately to cook a lot more for myself now. I'd actually like to take a cooking class, you know. Yeah, just make burgers. Burgers are so simple. Almost any idiot can make burgers. Every time I make a burger, it's real simple. So what's the so have you what was I going to say? Hey, so speaking as a video game developer, have you noticed that there's a lot of like video game related movies coming out right now? Like there's at least two game development related things coming out. Like there's did you see the trailer for the Tetris movie? And then there's a pinball related one, which I know is technically not video games, but it's very close. By the way, we are not playing any copyrighted stuff tonight. So after about 8 hours, YouTube doesn't let you just edit videos just on there anymore. So, and a little bit, okay, truth time. A little bit why I'm doing these longer streams is to have longer things people can watch on my channel, so that I can get my watch time hours up. So, and it doesn't work if I can't upload them. Yeah. That's a anything. I guess like people who played video games are now old enough to make their own movies. Probably should give them coloring, right? See. I see. I thought that was a very surreal like. So, anybody want it? So I've been reading some of Marvel's. How dare you? So I've been reading some of. I don't know. Are you? Yeah, exactly. That's basically it. The reason I ask is like, have you worked on your? I mean, they're starting to get it. I mean, Last of Us is doing killer. Yeah. No, what are you saying? People who actually are passionate about these things and don't consider them like, oh well, they're dumb child. Oh, this is dumb childish nonsense. We can just use some random script we have lying around. Other than, I don't want to actually have to play the game. HCF fives. Yeah, it's a weird one. What's H? I don't know. No, a reference I'm not aware of. Yes, *Halt and Catch Fire*. Yes. I didn't watch enough of that show. I want to go back and finish it. I watched like the first few episodes and I was like, it's okay. I like that actor a lot, the main guy. I know it essentially switches to the other. It focuses on other characters later. Yeah, and then people are like, well, why didn't the show? Why did the fans dislike it? That's what I hear. That's what I hear. I hear this first season is kind of slow, and then it gets going by season 2. But why didn't the fans like it? Listen, you shouldn't 100% listen to what the fans have to say. But you should test the general reaction of stuff. Like, sometimes fans want really stupid things, you know? A lot of times fans want really stupid things that don't make good stories, but just like want to appeal to like blatant fan service of them. And that's usually not good. You shouldn't listen to those, but you should, like, these are the people you're trying to like sell product, you sell your show to. Yeah. Exactly. Like, I would say you should understand why it works, is, I guess, the whole point. You should understand why people like it and why it works, and how to make that work for the new medium. Is my kind of thought process. Like, yeah. Well, honestly, here's my real thought process. Like, they probably shouldn't have made it about, John, like Master Chief. There's a lot of other Spartans. Why don't they just make? Why don't they just pick a new Spartan? Halo Media, like Halo stuff, does that all the time, where they just pick a new. Master Chief is a hard character. Yeah, Master Chief is a hard character to sell. Just pick a new Spartan, man. Yeah, exactly. Like, but just make it about a different Spartan. That's what they usually do with all the other media, anyways. Yeah. Exactly. I didn't see it, so I don't know. I did find the reaction of, like, that he had sex to be quite funny. It's like, no! He's a virgin! He has to stay a virgin forever! He doesn't have... Listen, I know. Yeah. Listen, Master Chief only loves Cortana, and that will be the only woman he'll ever truly love. But... Exactly! And his suit already jacks him off! Why does he need a woman? He has his suit. No, that's a room... Okay, that's a Drill tweet. Do you know Drill? Or Wint? Oh, yeah. I mean, are you still on Twitter, Lizard? Drill is a very fun follow. Drill is look up Drill. He's a very fun follow. But he once put out a fake. He once put out a tweet saying, like, I can't believe it's canon that Master Chief. I can't believe it's like something like, I can't believe it's canon that Master Chief gets jacked off by his suit in the Halo books. So, like, and then somebody made a fake novel passage claiming that it was canon. So now there's, like, all this, like, now people think it's legitimate that, like, people think it's legitimate that Master Chief, that his suit jacks him off. I just got a text from somebody. Oh boy. I think this guy is gonna say something. I'm gonna be disappointed in a sec. So I've had this writing group meeting for like 3 years straight, and I've noticed this one guy has like been like really like slowly inching out of it. And let's see. Oh, good. Never mind. Never mind. Nope. Never mind. Yeah, it's a remote writing group. Okay, never mind. Yeah, he's just been busy a lot, and I've been worried that he may leave the group, but no, he's something else entirely. I thought I was going to be very sad there for a minute because we've become quite good friends, that writing group, and I don't want it to end. Yeah, we've been meeting for like 3 years straight or something now. Not every week. We miss quite a few weeks, but whenever, we've met pretty good for 3 years. It's been quite amazing. They're they're in LA. Uh, they're in LA. We were all meeting in person in LA, and then COVID happened, and then uh, I moved back to Texas. So, anyways, yeah. Anyways, what was I saying? Yeah. So So now people, emotional thing over. Now let's talk about Master Chief jacking himself off. So, but that's been the joke forever. So now that's like a joke that he just has his suit does it. It's fine. I don't know. It's funny, me at least. I was very obsessed with it. Yes, in fact, I do because I believe you. I signed up for them because of you. You told me about them. I'm in it. Why? I don't really check it, so I should. I should. Oh, what are they doing now? Here's a question: how do you make a character look evil without making him look anti-Semitic? Without, without it being, because like okay, so standard design philosophy is like villainous characters are pointy, and I think in retrospect we're starting to notice that's maybe a little bit anti-Semitic. Yeah, that sounds shitty. Well, I mean that feels like a have and establishing sort of a have and have-nots thing. Yeah, yeah, that's shitty. Yeah. I was talking about that. I feel like I'm a little bit like that too now, in that I enjoy more making stuff for my own. I more I there's a part of me now, part of me still wants to get the cool big job somewhere. But there's a stronger part of me now that wants would rather like sit here making my own like stuff now, you know, and not really worrying about anybody, not really worrying about trying to make it in the professional. Yeah. That be professional that way. Yeah. Like my YouTube channel, it's small, but I've only really like focused on it for like the past 2 months, and it's growing pretty well. Yeah. And I really enjoy doing stuff for that. I enjoy talking with you guys here on Twitch. I won't. I enjoy talking with you here guys on Twitch. At some point I would like to start putting out like fiction projects, and I probably will enjoy like being mostly in charge of that. Maybe I'll actually make this comic instead of just sort of designing characters for it. Hey, you can't be my orbiter. I want to be your orbiter. Go to. Well, I'll probably be here for a while. I'm not planning. We're just gonna hang out here all night. Part of me, last night I had the thought process like, I'm getting pretty close to hitting 12 hours. Maybe I'll just do a full on 12-hour stream. But then my internet crashed, and I decided to cut it there. But who knows? Maybe I'll do. It's Friday night. I don't assume people will. Who knows how many people? Yeah. It's not that I'm really walking away. It's just, the truth is I went to LA with no real like idea of what I was going to do other than join up with UCB. And then I got pretty cynical about UCB's whole deal pretty quickly. I had always been sort of a comedian, an improviser, comedy guy, and then so I went to UCB with the full intention of like joining that scene. And then once I got there and I finally like joined it, I realized, oh, they're only in this for the money. Yeah. Did I ever lose? No. I mean, there was a few years where, and maybe even a little bit now, where I was more interested in learning how to draw than I was interested in learning how to write, like practicing my writing, trying to write, And in some way, I find drawing quite a bit more relaxing than writing, so I do it a lot more. Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think I will. There may come a time where I like go like, if there's like a project other if I finally find like a project that makes me a good amount of money, I'll probably focus on that, and I may let other stuff go by the wayside. But I don't think there'll be ever a time where I fully give it up. Exactly. That's kind of what I felt that UCB had turned into. I mean, at some point, maybe in history, UCB was the innovative, like, innovative comedy space that where everybody, where all these people became like big deals, and then it turned into like just this money grubbing like organization that charges you $500 for honestly not that, for stuff that everybody kind of teaches. Yeah. That's always the sad part, where it's just like they just kind of give up, you know? I don't want to ever give up. I don't want to ever. Because I like when I do it right, I love doing what I'm doing. And that feeling is the greatest feeling in the world. Well, sometimes. You're not married, right, Lizard? I think neither of us are married, neither of us have kids. I mean, when you get married and you have kids, do you have, yeah, you don't have like other people but you who you're responsible for. Yeah, but when that happens, your priorities change a lot, Suddenly it's not, suddenly it's not so much about like stuff. So like the writing thing suddenly, the writing and art thing, writing suddenly feels like not that useful. Yeah, exactly. It comes and it goes. But we're terrible. I think you're also a single guy, right? I mean, we're all single guys. There's nothing wrong with being single, and I also think there's nothing wrong with one. Yeah, yeah. I don't know. I think partly what it is I think your friends just they had kids, so their priorities had to change because suddenly they have to take care of people. We don't have kids, so like fuck it, who cares, right? The passion's still burning. I don't know. That's why part of me doesn't really want to have kids because yeah, right. I'll have kids when I'm a successful writer. Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's the thing. Like, I also enjoy having like a comparative amount of flexibility and time to pursue my passions. I don't know. You have made it. You are in the industry. You have industry credits. Yeah. I mean, yeah, but you also live kind of an exciting life, Lizard. You move from you live all over the world. You get to write video games. It's just intense right now because you're not sure what you're doing. Yeah. And see, that's exciting too. Something cap? Is that good? Cape? Like a super like maybe I'm considering giving him a cape. I'd love Remember that idea I was talking about last night? I'd love to make a superhero comic. I have tons of ideas for superheroes. But superheroes are a little more, you have to be good at like fighting and stuff. I could make a cape. Yes. Oh god. I watched a little bit of that, by the way. It's quite funny. Yeah, it's decently done. Does he come off as evil? I'm trying to make him come off as this is convincingly villainous, right? This guy. Yeah. Well, I want him to come off as evil, but not come off as like an anti-Semitic caricature, which is a tendency you can do. So, design philosophy states that round shapes are more pleasant and like sharper angles are more villainous. So that means what people do to like draw villainous characters is they'll do like stuff like that, which suddenly it gets very anti-Semitic very quickly. Yeah. So I'm trying to like not do that. I guess I'm going for sort of a Zod look or something. But watching those like really bad movies with you made me realize how important like costuming is for like movies. So I want to make sure like each character has like a distinct costume set, and I'm ready for like, oh my god, do so many bad movies like just have their characters like dressed in. Yeah, I'd love to. Like, but do so many characters have like their guys dressed in like just t-shirts? Like all of those. Yeah, t-shirts and jeans. Like, who's our main character? It's one of the 5 guys in t-shirts and jeans. Exactly. And I'm like, nope. I made me realize. I'm trying to look at like these bad movies now as somebody who has worked on a bad movie. One of these types of movies now, like I'm trying to look at them as like a learning experience. Like, why isn't this working? What can I do better if I do stuff? And one of the obvious ones is it's really hard to figure out who the hero is because they're all dressed so terribly. Yeah. Now that would be fun. We should do a bad movie night. I don't have the energy to do it like say today, but like yeah. Yes, we should. If you guys are curious, by the way, do you know that MSTK3 has a Twitch channel where they broadcast old episodes? Okay, go to sleep terrible. Mm-hmm. Yeah, in most ways, I think it's the actors that get screwed over the most. Yeah. Are you thinking about your cousin? Yeah, I feel like actors like just have like they prey on actors the most. Like I have a friend who like spends all this money on like acting stuff, and it's like I'm just like there's just no way in hell. Writers are the second one. Writer next to that is the writer. Exactly. I have a friend who spends money on on what's called a headshot consultant who just consults on headshots. They've also spent money on corpse photography. So this is where they get a corpse headshot to see if they would make a beautiful like a dead body for like a Law and Order style show. Good night, the Thunderous. Good night, Thunderous. Yeah, see, the unfortunate thing is like a lot of sometimes acting is just about having like a look, like somebody's look, you know, the right look, you know, and so like well, director, you have to be you're kind of expected to like arrange your own projects, you know, whereas writer is another one of those instances where it's like you are, in my opinion at least, you are kind of at the mercy of a bunch of other people. It's why I wanted to be a director, you know. It's like directors, it's like, well, you have to arrange your own projects. Writers, you have to just beg other people to do stuff to include you, you know, and that's a little bit like with actors as well. Yeah. Well, you know, I would say to your cousin that acting classes really aren't about the stuff you learn, it's about the people you meet, is the piece of advice I would give him. That any opportunity I've ever gotten has come from meeting people. Meeting people doing stuff like this. You know. That's what the classes are really there for. Oh, as a consumer, I can tell. I can tell. That they don't think stories is that important. And to be fair, on some games, they're not that important. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I figure on stuff like that you would. Have you never tried to like sell yourself as a voice director? I mean, you should I give him a scar? Too cliche. I mean, he's supposed to be sort of a. Literally in my notes, I call him the evil villain. You know. So it's not like a. Yeah. Yeah. The evil villain. There we go. Where's cutoffs? We'll give him something like this. Yeah, that's the problem. Ever thought about trying to make your own? Sure, go ahead. Party Rock is in the house tonight. Ooh. That's cool. Yeah. And? Shit. Yeah. There's just no. I mean, writing for video games. That's like the dream. 2K for holy heck. I mean, I think like being a writer for a video game is like one of the most. It definitely is worse for TV and film. I mean, you really can't get TV and film jobs unless you know somebody. I mean, there's writing workshop things that studios run that I definitely should apply to this year. That I've been lazy and I haven't applied to every year. I mean, like studios run writer workshops, which are kind of the first step for a lot of writers, really. Where they essentially like they offer classes on how they want on the type of writers they're looking for, and that's usually where they hire from. Yeah. And CBS has CBS. Yeah, but that tends to be TV fellowships. Yeah. That tends to be the place I know where they actually get hired out. That's where they usually look for talent. Of course, it's insanely competitive. Yeah. That's why I'm doing like online stuff, you know? That's why I want to do like online stuff because it's like because you know, I want to be in charge, and I can control the narrative. Yeah. But listen, Larry David's daughter is gonna get. Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. No, but it's like, yeah, I don't know. See, it's just like, I don't know. See, this is what I was talking to people about. It's like, this is what I was talking to people about. It's like, like people kind of sneer at this stuff. Like the people in the industry sort of sneer at this stuff. But I'm like, I don't know. I mean, if I put something out, like I at least have like 30 people I'm pretty sure would go and search it out. You know? Do you know what happens when I would put stuff out without doing any of this stuff? Like nobody would read my stuff. Nobody would watch my stuff. And now I have people like a good 1,000 people watching my stuff. When I started like playing by the internet game. And that's just, I'm just starting out with all this stuff. TV and like you can make it as a TV and film person, but it's very closed off. And honestly, too many rich people. These girls, they took me like 3 days of like non-stop work to figure out what kind of designs I liked. This guy, about 20 minutes, about 20 minutes of work. Yeah, evil is, I don't know. Like one thing I got depressed by is like in the end I don't have the cachet of like Steven Spielberg's daughter, who her short film gets covered in Variety when she makes one. So I kind of came to the conclusion I have to build my own cachet, you know. Evil is easy, especially when I'm going with something like a lot more cliche. Like I wanted them to look stylish, or something, or like at least good looking. Yeah, I know. But also, those jobs sound terrible. I don't want to do that shit. Yeah. Like, teacher? I don't want to be a fucking teacher. People are always like, well, why don't you want to be a teacher? Because I don't want to deal with fucking kids. Kids already stress me out when they come here. I don't want to like be responsible for kids. Like I don't want to be responsible for kids. Like they're always like, you should just be a teacher, and I'm like, I'm not gonna be a fucking teacher. Like I've said this like a million times. I don't want to be a teacher. Financial auditor. What's a financial auditor? Sure, I'll be a writing coach. A million people offering that job. I have thought about teaching improv before. I have a lot of experience with it. I have a lot of experience doing it. I could teach it pretty easily. I had the thought, like, here's a real thought I had. I was going to open up teach improv classes, and then, like, since I have this platform, I'll be like, well, a plus for your platform is for your recital, you can perform live in front of like 700 plus people live on my Twitch channel. Yeah, your recital could be live on my Twitch channel. Something like that. Yeah, I know. Just I don't know where to advertise that. I could teach you. You want to learn improv? I could teach you improv. It's all about yes and acceleration and I've never done like online improv before though. I've only ever done it on stage improv. After I was complaining about how scammy I find like improv places to be, I'm like, then I'll become an improv teacher. The ultimate dream. Now I can scam. Yeah. I mean, I've taken the classes so much. I've done all this stuff so much. I can like run through like a couple levels pretty much off of memory. I could. Hudson still is here. I could probably cast him in this role. He would be good. Yeah. I have a friend who. I have a friend. I haven't seen him in forever. I should look him up. I have a friend who's an acrobat. I knew him from improv. He's like a straight up acrobat. He's quite fascinating. Yeah, he's quite a fascinating guy. Anyways, like thinking of like maybe a a stronger, a thicker guy to cast, and he'd be a good one. He's also quite funny, so. Like improv wasn't a scam. Improv was a good thing that happened to me in my life. It made me a more confident person. It taught me how to like live my life. But it was also a thing. It was also a thing I realized. Like unless you knew people, unless you were a theater owner yourself, they were never gonna let me get far enough in it, as far as I thought I should get in it. And I thought I was pretty good at it. And because they gave stage time only to their friends. You know, they only let their friends have shows. And it's on me too. I didn't have particularly interesting ideas for shows. You know, I also like I say this stuff, but it's also on me. I was always more of a. I preferred I didn't I preferred like taped improv to live improv. I thought I was I've always been of the opinion that like I think improv would work a lot better Like, I think I like improv more when it's like in a controlled environment, and that people aren't as enamored with like stage improv as other stage improvisers think they are. But they do like improv when it's like my big thing. Okay, so my big thing was always I was always really mad because I always wanted to start an improv podcast using local talent, and I could never convince people to do that. Like I always said, well, what we really need to do is do that, and it's like, and people are like, what do people like improv in podcast form? Being as that is by far where, yes, it is incredibly popular in podcast form. Yeah, it's not even like, but my idea, it's like people like LA and New York do this all the time, and it's been super popular. And I'm like, I want to start this, and like I could never get. That was my big thing. I could never get people behind this idea. Like they were much more interested in like live performances, and I'm like, okay, but live performances are fine, but we can build up a real audience by doing an improv as a podcast, you know? And I guess it was a fundamental difference. I wanted, and so I guess you can see where my thing is. Like, I felt that we weren't building a real audience. I felt we weren't really building audience. I felt we were building. I felt we were relying too much on like. I felt like theaters, like especially around here, were relying too much on like their local like students to like fill in all the money gaps. No, I left LA. I left LA because of the pandemic. I burnt out with Houston because I didn't have money. I burnt out. So this is how I burnt out in my local scene, and I was like, oh, okay, then I'm just going to go to LA and be a big deal. But like in Houston, I would get into like arguments with people, a little bit arguments where I'm like, you guys are thinking. In Houston, I was always like, you guys are thinking small. And they're like, no, we're doing this, and I'm like, okay, so like Houston, they wouldn't. They're like, well, we have all this, we're doing all this stuff, and it's like nobody cares about. No, I wasn't mean like that, but I was like, you have to think big. You have to think big. It's not just about people in improv places. It's like the way to get this to the masses is to like think online. And nobody cares about like some random theater. What people care about is like funny show ideas. So I was always like, we should do this, we should do that, we should do this. And you know what people really don't want to hear, Lizard? You know what people really don't want to hear is some random nobody saying that their business idea is stupid. Like that, like they know more than them. And then one of the improvisers, a big reason I had a fallout with the Houston scene is one of the improvisers pulled a knife on me, and I was never like happy to go, And then I was part of a troupe for a while, and then the troupe kept canceling their practices, and then I stopped bothering to show up, which was on me, But this guy, I was part of this guy's troupe for a while, and then he doesn't, he cancels practices for 2 months in a row, and I'm like, you've canceled practices for 2 months in a row, and I haven't been able to talk to you once. And then he was like, well, you're not showing up, and I'm like, you canceled for 2 months in a row! What was I supposed to do? Rearrange my whole life around this fucking shit? He's like, well, you're not taking it seriously. I don't give a shit if I take this seriously. You're a fucking idiot. Nobody will want to watch this. And then, like, there was that whole knife pulling. This guy pulled a knife on me. Yeah, that was a whole thing. I don't know if I was kidding around with him, and then he got way too serious, and he pulled a knife. And he was also other. I talked to another theater owner once, and he like, oh yeah, that guy would like during his scenes feel up women's breasts, and I'm like, really? And like, yeah, and we got into it's just like, pretty much, yeah. I don't know. So it's why I'm cynical about like a lot of this stuff now. Like I was cynical, and the truth of the matter is, when I left Houston, I already had gotten so cynical, but I had like dedicated about improv and all this stuff, but I had dedicated so much of my time to it, and I was like, this was always the plan. It was always the plan to go to LA and go to UCB and like get into the LA comedy scene. And even though by the time I went there, I was already sort of sick of that scene, I like stuck it out because I'm like, well, I'll do it and I'll finish it and I'll achieve my dream. And then, you know, shock of all shock, I don't do that great in LA because I'm not that interested in it anymore. I'm not pushing myself anymore like I used to do. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I didn't show up. I stopped showing up to this thing, and he's like, "Well, take it seriously." And I was like, I'm not. How can anybody take this seriously? You're a fucking idiot. You fucking cancel. You have no organization sense. I don't know. I don't know. It's probably. I don't. I don't know. Maybe I'm holding a grudge still about that. I don't want to hold a grudge, and I don't want to hold a grudge about any of that stuff anymore. You know. Yeah. Well, you know, improv people like improv, and that's all they really want to do is like focus on shows and stage time, and they don't think outside of improv usually. Like their whole, you have to remember their whole life is kind of like improvising. I've actually never seen it. I've seen a no. I mean, I know a little bit about it, and that whole thing about like I've fallen in love with this. Oh shit! No. Yeah. I don't know. I do know like there's a whole plot point about they all live in the same house. I'm like, they don't do that. I don't know. I know a basic plot. Like essentially, one of them gets on SNL, and I thought that's funny because like most the improv story most people have is like their big break is getting to like getting paid like getting free drink like a free drink to perform at a bar. That's their big break. Yeah, but it's like I don't know. And they brag about oh I got. Yeah. I mean, there is something admirable that there's a lot of improv people who have like purity of vision and just like they want to improvise. That's all they care about is improvising on stage, and that's what they're going to focus on. But it gets to this thing where it's like this improv theater I was part of for a long time. I hung around with. No, I shouldn't say part of. I was not part of it. I was part of an improv theater in here. I hung around an improv theater here in Houston called Beta for a long time. And the guy who ran that was named Jeremy, and Jeremy was a very smart, very talented improviser who cannot focus for the fucking life of him. And you know, like Jeremy, like they've stopped they all they do is classes now. You know, and I know Jeremy. I'm friendly with Jeremy. He has big ideas for this theater, but all he does is focus on classes because the classes are what make the money. He stopped like they care so at times they care so little about like the performances themselves. You know? Well, improv is its own kind of like weird like I will say this. I spent a long time like crapping on improv people. They're better than stand-ups. Stand-ups fucking suck. Like they're the most miserable people in the world. Improv people have like a love of it, whereas like stand-ups are like, I masturbate all day. I masturbate all day, and I masturbate all day, and I'm sad and depressed. No worries. What, you don't want to hear me whine about improvising? Let me tell you something about the culture of anyways, no worries. 1 second. It is a little hot in here. I'm going to turn the heat down. 1 second. I don't. I'm going to say this. I know everybody's asleep or away at the moment, but I'm just going to say it out loud. Just so it's recorded. If it's only ever 4 or 5 people, and if that's all this ever reaches, you know what? I'm going to throw this out. Fuck it. That's good enough. I'm making stuff that I enjoy, and I feel good enough. I feel good enough about that. Fuck breaking big, I'm ambitious. I've always been an ambitious guy. I'm always going to try for bigger and bigger things. But if it's just me chilling live on air, talking to a few people that I really enjoy hanging out with, that's good enough. Fuck it. That's all I want. But also, at least I have something that matters to me. And not a lot of artists get that. A lot of artists, they sit back, they constantly work in silence and questioning and go oh, when will my big break come? When will people understand me? And it's fuck it. If this is all I get, this is all I get, and I'm happy with that. There's worse things in the world to be than a minor figure on Twitch. There, I was sappy and I said something sappy and I mean it, damn it. I can get a job anywhere, but I can't find fulfillment anywhere. Use your love tonight. I just want to use your love tonight. Talk to me. Use your love tonight. I don't wanna lose your love tonight. Ah. Rock me Amadeus, rock, 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 rock me Amadeus, rock me Amadeus, rock me. Listen, any word. Ah. This is all it is. Fuck it. This is good enough. I don't wanna be with. I'm sure I'll be very embarrassed by all this art like 3 months from now, but you know. Um. Awesome. Yeah, let's design superheroes. Let's just make superheroes. So Amadeus, there's Amadeus, Amadeus. Tô świta się. Let's close a few of these out. Hey! The Glitchy Boy Z. And Funk. I didn't see you on Funk. Oh my goodness, I would have popped by. I'm sorry. Emmy, how's it going? Hey everybody, I didn't see you on. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm good. I'm just hanging out. Oh man, I feel bad. I would have loved to have stopped by. Sometimes when I do these, I don't even look at Twitch. I just log on directly. Well, how's it going? How's it going, Glitch? I assume this is Switch Boy, right? What do you guys think so far? I think this is the villain in my comic. Can you tell he's an evil SOB? And then I think I have the girls mostly done. I like how they look finally. You know, it's funny. These two took me like days of like just like 3 days of like pure work to kind of get to a point where I liked this guy. About 40 minutes. Now I'm drawing caricatures. I'm drawing a caricature of Ernest Hemingway. For no other reason than I think I sometimes think it would be fun to learn how to do caricatures, so I want to try. Thank you. I had an idea of like trying to like weirdly doing caricatures is like good because it's like okay how do you emphasize it's like good to teach yourself how to do like character design I think because it's like how do you emphasize a real person's personality with character design like what do you do and you know so thank you so what were you working on your book? And Emmy, how's brother going? Oh, what were you guys doing? Ooh. By the way, tonight we will not be playing any copyrighted things. Once these go over a certain length, YouTube doesn't let you edit stuff. So, and I want to put up some longer videos on my channel, and the easiest way to put up longer videos is to just post these streams. So, no. But it's a whole copyright. YouTube doesn't. After 8 hours, YouTube will not let you edit on the website, which used to be real easy with copyrighted. So it used to be with streams and playing copyrighted material with like the shorter ones, like the 4 hour ones or so. I would play whatever copyrighted material I want, and then I would just let YouTube edit them all out. I'm like, I don't give a shit. Like, just edit it all out. But after a certain amount of hours, they don't let you do that. So we're not going to do that tonight. Because then I have to edit it all out, and that's more work for me, and the whole I don't want to do, and I'm lazy and don't want to do that. Anyways, so what? So Funk, how's your thing going? Did you get some good sleep? Kept you up pretty late last night. I'm sorry. Even though. I imagine most dance classes are like later in the night, right? That's good. That's good. That's good. I want to get an Ernest Hemingway sweater. I really want to. I've always liked those types of sweaters. I want to get one of them. Ah, that's my new life goal is to get that sweater. So, are you officially totally moved out of that place? Wonderful. Have you, so what are you going to do now? I mean, you've got your school thing still left to do, right? And then, should, and then you can focus totally on the most important thing, writing your novella. Well, that's good. Yeah. I mean, I don't really care about like them muting stuff, you know? Like like we were talking about last night, like Twitch never reports. Twitch doesn't give a shit, you know? You know what I mean? It's like they never report, they don't give a shit. That's just there to like so that they can say, "Look, well, we're doing stuff." Do you ever think about uploading your VODs to YouTube? You know, it's real easy to, right? Like, you just have to press one button and Twitch will do it automatic. If you connect your Twitch to your YouTube account, Twitch will can do it automatically for you. That's good. Not anymore? Sorry. Yeah, you probably know. You knew that already. Why am I stupid? Listen, I want a YouTube. I want a friend who's also doing YouTube so we can talk about all this stuff together. We can talk about all this stuff together. Yeah. I'm at 229. I'm at 229. 200. What am I at? No. Yeah. I'm 229. Much better than that. I'm at 429. 428. Oh no! I lost a follower today. No! Probably. No, all my people are real human beings. You know, the funny thing is, I'm definitely going to hit 1,000 probably within like a month or two if I keep going the way I'm going. You know, it took me like 3 times as long to get to this point on TikTok as it did on YouTube. Thank you. It took me much longer to get to this point than, like, I've only been doing this seriously for about a month or so. About a month and a half, really. So, I do believe that YouTube, especially the short stuff, has much more room to grow. It is. Also, YouTube has more of a search, like, you know, YouTube encourages people more to search for things. So that means, like, the people who want to actually watch my stuff will come to it. It's not just randomly suggested to people. It's a better fit, you know. Also, I'm producing better. I do think I'm producing better stuff than I was producing for TikTok. Like, I was just putting whatever random stuff I had, you know, came to mind on TikTok, whereas YouTube, I'm, like, trying. And I think that's, like, you know, been the key. Anyways, nobody cares about YouTube. Why am I talking about YouTube so much? Yeah. No, but yeah, that's the thing. I don't know. I also don't want to put my effort into. Also, TikTok was just not good for me. As I would spend hours on TikTok every day, just like randomly searching through it. I wasn't doing much besides that. I wasn't doing like much besides that, you know. Can I give you some suggestions? Review dances. you're a dancer. You could do reviews of dances, of dance performances. That would be fun. Um, I mean, you could do like do what I'm doing, which is like talk about stuff you're reading and watching. Okay. Let's see. What's a subject you could confidently talk about for a while? Ask yourself that. Well, just make short little videos of that. Do what I'm doing. Like, just make like short 1 minute little videos about stuff you've seen, and you just want like give some quick thoughts on it. Use your. It's not that hard. Just just cut out all the ums and the ahs, and you should be good. Which is what I do. Although I don't and ah as much anymore when I'm recording videos. I used to and ah a lot, and now I just go. It's a lot easier. Well, once you start thinking about it, you start doing it less. Yeah, Hemingway has surprisingly like sensitive eyes. That's what I'm noticing. I'm looking at a picture of him right now. Probably, I'm gonna make. I kind of want to make. I'm reading another of his short stories, and I'm gonna make a. I thought it would be fun to include like at least one little bit of my own art in this. Also, I occasionally get in my head that it's fun to practice caricature. Give me like a famous person, and I'll do a caricature of them. Or I don't want to do a character. Or I could do a caricature of one of you guys. Although I don't know how you guys look. I mean, I've sort of no. I mean, I've seen a traced drawing of you, Funk, but I don't know how you guys look in real life. I also thought maybe we could try and like design superheroes today, or I could actually try and make a comic. What do you think? I think they turned out pretty good. It took fucking forever to get them to look right, but I didn't know what I wanted them to look like at the beginning. Yeah. Like she especially. I know I wanted her to be kind of like, you know, elves are supposed to be a little bit willowly. So like if she was gonna be willowly, I needed her to contrast in some way. So, but I just Hard to say. So many words are hard to say. Thank you. All I want is endless credit and praise. Willowly. Yeah. So what's everybody else been doing? How dare you? No, go to sleep. Go to sleep. Why are you tired? All we did last night was stay up for like 20 hours talking, and then you had work. I don't understand why anybody would be tired. No worries. Good night. Good night, Funk. Who knows how long I'll stay up? Maybe this will be a full 12-hour stream, as I've been trying to do. Maybe not. I do. I am on steroids. Although last night I was so tired. Go to bed. I will talk your ear off. You let me. Last night I was so tired I did sleep through my steroids. I took them and then fell right back to sleep. I was dead. What else are we doing? Hmm. Hmm. The pen doesn't look as good as my penciling. I actually think the penciling looks better. I think that looks a little better. Let's draw some superheroes. That would be fun. If I have energy tomorrow, guys, I'm gonna do um, I'm gonna do a traditional art stream. Mm-hmm. 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 Okay, Hitachi. What do you want me to see? Oh no. It's my whole copyright thing. I hope that didn't.
Why doesn't this look as good as this? That was a good one. What? Wait a second. I need to check something. I forgot what the name of the short story was. I was listening to it. Let's see, it's oh, it's just Kilimanjaro. It's just called Kilimanjaro. That's what it's called. The Snows of Kilimanjaro. Can I like just make a record a YouTube video here in front of everybody? Why not, right? Why not? See behind this process. So I've been reading the collected short story, or listening to, whatever, I don't care. I've been listening to the collected short stories of Ernest Hemingway. Very cool, I know. You know, not exact. I assume maybe not exactly the audience of this stream listens, would be interested in that, but I don't know. I hadn't read Hemingway before this moment, and I wanted to like fill that thing. And also, I believe in short stories. I believe in them as a medium. I think they are a very good medium and a very underrated medium. So I like reviewing them, and I like treating them like serious things. So I read one called The Snow. I listened to whatever. Who cares? Called The Snows of Kilimanjaro, which seems to be a lot about, in a weird way, him contemplating his own death. And that's what I'll be talking about somewhat. The Snows of Kilimanjaro, Ernest Hemingway. Oh, they made a movie out of it. Makes sense. I'm getting some pictures. I gotta turn the fan up. I don't want fans in the back. I don't want a fan in the background of this. Okay. Oh, shit, why am I just chatting? I want to be an art. Do you ever sit around? Do you ever think about what you're going to say when you die? What subjects you'll bring up? What you'll finally say to everybody? And what things will be left unfulfilled? The Snows of Kilimanjaro. Because Hemingway clearly did. Because Hemingway clearly did. Yeah, that was whatever. Because Hemingway clearly did. The Snows of Kilimanjaro is a short story. Snows of Kilimanjaro is a short story about Henry, a very Hemingway-like figure dying of gangrene. No. The Snows of Kilimanjaro is about Henry, a very Hemingway-like figure dying on the hills of Kilimanjaro. Not for anything cool or heroic. He's dying of gangrene. And he spends his time thinking about all the stuff he could have written. All the great memories. All the events of life he had. And all he did was just sit around. fat and lazy and comfortable with rich people. The type of very rich people he swore, the exact sort of people he hated. The tension from the story is the tension from the story comes. Again, Henry. It's hard not to picture Hemingway imagining himself as the hero of this story. It's hard not to picture Hemingway imagining himself as the hero of this story. That's good. That's good. Mm. Mm-hmm. I wanna leave tonight. See, this is fun. You guys get to see the back. You get to see behind the curtains as I make YouTube videos. Shorts. I think of my dad in times like this. I think about him a lot. I do miss him. It just happened, you know? It just happened. Just one day he was gone. Hemingway reminds me a little bit of my dad. It's, I don't know. I don't know if my dad ever read him. I know he would dislike him politically, but I just so I edit out all the like my little any little pause I make or something because you know you want to keep like the speed up even if you're talking. The idea with these videos is, I mean, I haven't released any of these yet. I think the first one gets released tomorrow, if I remember correctly. is that I will eventually compile them all together, and I'll release a full compilation reviewing every single short story he wrote. Is the hope. And then I plan to do this for a few other authors. We'll continuously do this for authors. I'll review their short stories. A little bit more picture in myself for any creative. Yeah. Anyways, it's just. I'll probably release. I mean, you guys got to see it. See, this is why you need to see the Twitch streams, because you see me. Let's see. I want to release. I want to release twice in one day. So let's see. The last one I made was. Okay, the last one I made is. I think. Okay, that's going to be I think the 27th is when I want to release this one. Yes, the 27th is when I want to release this one. I'm trying to schedule these out now. So. God, I hate uploading things to YouTube. And we'll go right back to art. I mean, I think, Callie, are you here? I don't want to be alone. There it is. The deep dive into Ernest Hemingway's short stories. The Snows of Kilimanjaro. I don't want to give you your love tonight. I don't want to lose your love. Okay, uploaded. Right. Back to the stream. No, people have been coming. It's just, is it my own fault maybe for like streaming so long the past few nights that I've exhausted out all of the normal regulars? Yeah, maybe. I'm trying to now to like pace these out because I used to just release them when I finish them, and then I'm like, no, don't do that. So now I pace these out. I try and at least get 5 ready for, and sometimes for re-uploads. Like I felt bad about doing that initially, and then you kind of do it once or twice. Like, I don't know, I don't have any ideas. I'll just re-upload something, and then it's like it's a huge hit, and then it's like, and then you go like YouTube doesn't care. Like they don't give a shit. They don't give a shit. You can just re-upload shit, and they'll be fine with it. I don't know. I don't. It's not my favorite thing to do in the world, but I also the numbers get bigger every time I do it. So I'm just I'm playing by the rules of the system. Clearly the game is you should re-upload. So I'm doing it. Oh, condemn me as a sinner. I sometimes when I review stuff, I get a little bit too like, oh well, here's what happened in the plot. That's good. I don't know. It is sometimes hard when you're like looking at a media to like. My favorite videos are usually when I can focus a little bit out and like talk about wider trends, but you know, sometimes you have to focus in on specific media to get to that bigger idea. I don't know. I don't know. Who's still here? People still here? Damn it! All the regulars got sleepy. You're not allowed. I'll be back in I'm gonna take a little break. Be back in a minute.
I have been muted this whole time. Jem, hello, hello, hello! Thank you so much for the raid. And I did not realize I was muted. That's funny. Well, Jem is a true delight. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. What were you guys doing? All right, let me give you a shout out. And thank you for the follow. Let me give you a... See, I'm not a competent streamer, and theoretically I don't have bots set up to do all this stuff, so I have to do this by hand. Ah, fantastic. Does it hold up? I know Jem is very passionate about that. No, which one are you? Oh, fun! Which one is the game you want to make a sequel to, Jem? Is it 10 to 10? It's 10, right? The sports boy. How are you liking it so far? How are you liking it so far, Heather? Love-hate relationship? What's the love? What's the hate? I've never... have I ever played a Final Fantasy game? No, I have not. I have never played a Final Fantasy game. Yeah, that's the critique of the JRPGs. They can be quite grindy. I am current. Who's your favorite character, though? Let's see. What was I doing? I am surprisingly working on maybe making a comic book. Myself right now. Just this is, by the way, not what it would look like. This is me, like, just essentially like outlining what maybe the art should look like. Um, no problem, no problem. I'm appreciative. What would you say is your favorite? Is JRPG like your genre of choice? Why don't we call them like ARPGs or WRPGs? No, there's a game I'm aware of for its like wildness. Did you see the animatic of the proposed pilot that got leaked a little while ago for Kingdom Hearts? Yeah. Yeah. So no, that doesn't work. I'm just curious. It's like we call them, Japanese role playing games, but we don't call them like American role playing games, and I'm curious why. It's a curious. Well, I guess JRPG is really meant for American. Right? Like, it's curious why we don't. I mean, I know Western RPG is brought up a lot. So, like, I saw an interesting video that talked about like the development of JRPGs, and that in many ways they're two separate, like the RPGs are two separate genres that come from a similar source, in that they both came about out of their video game versions of of role playing games, but they both came out of like Japan's culture of like tabletop role playing, blah, 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 blah.
tabletop role playing and America's culture of tabletop role playing, and like that accounts for like why they're different, because like Japan and the U.S., like America, approach it differently. Yeah, I wonder. Yeah, possibly because like maybe I guess like to us they're RPGs, and then yeah, maybe in Japan that's what they call it. Like, do they call? I wonder. I guess the real question is, in Japan, do they call it, like, do they say Western RPGs or American RPGs? So I'm either storyboarding a comic or I'm storyboarding a movie. I'm still not totally sure yet, but I'm doing something. Trying to think visually here. Um, I'm working on a movie that doesn't do. I'm working on a film project right now, not my own, not my own. That doesn't do things good. So I'm now very serious about trying to do things. But you know, what if maybe this becomes a comic? I don't know. No worries, no worries, no worries. I appreciate the raid, and I appreciate the follow. Have a good long rest. Very chatty. Anybody? It's been just me here tonight, and it's very nice to. Yeah, very nice to talk to somebody. I'm starting to get more comfortable, by the way, with digital art, and I'm feeling very happy about that. Thank you, thank you. Somebody was talking to me. They wanted me to try and make some superheroes, so I had some superhero short stories I was writing, and then I kind of got distracted, like I usually do. So, like, I just decided to draw a few characters from it. This guy, this guy here, he has no superpowers. He just sets himself on fire. He wears a flame-proof suit and just sets himself on fire and throws himself into bad guys. That was the funniest joke I came up with. So I like that bit. Anyways, this is like the villain out of maybe the type of villain on my script. I know, cliche, but that's kind of the idea. Anyway. Listen, I worked hard on these. I want to talk about them for just a minute. And these are, I think, what I'm going to go with for the main characters. Okay. Thank you, thank you. It was a learning process too. It was a learning process, but it's been an interesting process. So, Jem, what are you? How is the? No, yeah. Oh, Jem, how is the? How is your visual novel doing? Let's see. Freaking life does that. why must life do that? That's good. It is the weekend. Seen any shows or movies? Yes, it happens to be the weekend. And we have him right here. The Weekend. It happens. What's the first thing you're gonna do when you finish this thing? Kind of weak chunks. I could also try to tell. Yeah, I could do that as well. Trying to adapt my other script. Ooh, boy, that would be. That would be a lot of work. Your sister likes to throw in the towel? See, this is kind of a weak gag. I get better ones later on, but this was a weak one. Can't let down the fans. You can't let down the fans. You're the fan. You can't let down yourself. Yourself is as good a person as anybody. Yes, finish it. It's madness inducing, isn't it? Trying to get a project done. You question yourself, why are you even doing this? So how close are you to being finished? Oh, that's nice. Well, I assume that a English series about a Hong Kong actor would probably attract a lot of, a thing about a Hong Kong actor would probably attract a lot of people from Hong Kong. Hong Kong. I'm saying that word wrong, aren't I? There's I'm gonna try and draw the main characters from my other script. So, South Korea. Uh, does he work in Hong Kong? Or no, I'm just probably wrong. I thought you said he was. I could have sworn you said he was from Hong Kong, but I'm probably just wrong. I clearly know a lot about the South Korean. I clearly know a lot about that scene. I like Squid Game. Well, I apologize. I apologize for mixing up two nations. Yeah. But I assume a South Korean actor is I assume actor based in South Korea is probably popular with South Korea. No, it's just I could have sworn last night you said Hong Kong, but I'm clearly just misremembering stuff. I may have been a little bit tired last night. Also, it had been 8 hours. Also, I did 8 hours, which was a lot. Oh, so he's a big star in Hong Kong. Okay. Okay. Good. Oh, in South Korea. Okay, then I'm just stupid. I'm fucking stupid. I'm just fucking stupid. I'm trying to remember. I'm trying to figure out where the fuck I got Hong Kong from. Because I even noted it. I was like, that's unusual. It's like usually it's That's unusual because it's usually like South Korea. Like South Korea is usually where like those sorts of guys pop up from. Anyways, yeah, it's mostly. I mean, isn't there like isn't I mean, there's like actor. I mean, I've never seen a K drama, but I assume those guys are like big deals there. I have to say, those K dramas, I've seen some clips. My God, do they cast like the most attractive people in the. Is Korea one of those places where it's kind of goes back where they kind of go back and forth between like being actors and singers? I know in like say China, it's like I know in China it's not considered unusual at all. You're kind of expected to be both an actor and a singer. Like Jackie Chan has a singing career in China that is quite surprising. Uh, I mean I know the whole like K-pop thing and you know that it's essentially a government sponsored celebrities and stuff. And I assume that they do sort of the Disney thing where they're taught to like act, dance, and sing. You know, so it's like you know if you're not popular in one, you get to be popular in another. Okay, that makes sense. The U.S. should do that. Listen, we're following behind the Koreans here. We need to sponsor our own boy bands or pop idols. Imagine how creepy that would be in the U.S. if we started. Yeah, I was quite fascinated for a brief time with there was this show in China. One second, I need to stretch. There was this reality show in China, and it was like sort of in a yeah. One second. There was this reality show. There was this reality show in China. I don't remember what it was called, but I know it's a big deal with certain sectors of the internet. But one of the contestants was this like Russian guy who had come there mostly to support a friend, and then like there was like this dropout, and like it was supposed to be about forming a new boy like idol group together, and he was like good looking enough that like they asked him if he wanted to join, and he said kind of in a moment of panic he was like okay, that sounded fun, but the second he got on the show he realized he just didn't want to be there, and he was like he was terrified to actually do, he didn't want to do it the sec he got on. So the entire show throughout the entire season he was trying to like find a way to get off like and blow it in some way, but because one he was quite good looking, and two it was quite funny to see this guy go like to not want to do it and try and blow it in a bunch of ways, and just the fans kept voting him through, and he was like he was like really clear because if he won he would be stuck in this contract for like 3 years to be part of an idol group, and he was like I don't want to do this, don't make me do this. So like it was a big story when he finally got voted off, and he just like ran away. I don't know, I thought that was so funny. Because there's like Because he was just like, because every like I didn't watch. I just watched the final like clip. I just watched a bunch of clips. It's like, please just vote me off. Please just vote me off. Anyways, I don't remember the name of the show, but I'm sure if you looked it up, you could find it. That was the. Like, reality shows are usually kind of fun when they. Wouldn't be a bad title for like an anime or something, where it's just like it's about a person who just desperately wants to get out of it. Come on, like that's a good title for like a manga. It's like somebody who sort of accidentally signs up and realizes that they absolutely hate it, and they're just the whole goal is to get out of it somehow. But because that's amusing in and of itself, they keep having to do it. I wonder what happened to that guy. It's always funny in those reality shows when there's like somebody on there who like just breaks the format. Like they don't want to be part of it. They don't want to do it. Yeah. Did you ever see the? Did you ever listen to the? I know there was a. I don't know. I occasionally follow news from like Broadway. I like musicals. I actually like musicals for the most part, but. So I occasionally follow the news from like Broadway and stuff, and uh, like musical fans can be really obnoxious, and it's hard to like say that at times where it's like, hey, I like this thing, but like these fans are super duper obnoxious. Like the thing with musical fans is like it just on a brief rant. I swear this all connects in a second. Is that they have a tendency to only listen to musicals, and I cannot be like a type of person who listens to just like one type of music over and over again. I just don't know how you can totally do that. Like that just doesn't sound fun for me. But so they tend to be, and it's also a very insular sort of world. So it's but saying all that, I know there was a big like the big controversy in Broadway right now is apparently the meltdown of the musical K-pop, which was a musical about a K-pop group. I don't know the whole history. Nothing attracts drama like Broadway, like musicals. Like it's not. I have to say. Did I? Oh, did I? Sorry. Listen, when you do these things, you people may realize that I tend to repeat the same things over and over again. Doing streams, you kind of like you just kind of search for a topic until you can think of something that you can talk about for a while. I have no idea what it's about though. I really should look into it. I am fascinated. Broadway is so weird because it's like it's one of the most insular like little worlds in like music. You know, it's like, and they have their own like, you know, celebrity world way outside. Yeah. Listen, I've been reading a lot of Star Wars comics and Ernest Hemingway lately, so if you guys want to talk about Star Wars comics and Ernest Hemingway, I have a lot of thoughts on them. I should just be bolder. The Yoda comic I read was pretty good, let down by really, really cringily bad art. This I read a comic starring Yoda, and it was really good, and it was let down by kind of really bad art, unfortunately. And right as I was reading it, I opened it up and I noticed the artist gave himself like a one word, like he kind of pretentiously went by one word, one name, and I'm like, that's kind of pretentious. Boy, if this sucks, if the art sucks, that's gonna be even worse. And then the art was really, really bad. like so like the people like the drawings of like the figures weren't bad, but the backgrounds were just terrible because it was like clearly like just like it was clearly like 3D like stock 3D models and like Google search images badly filtered. I'm like, this isn't a professional comic book produced by Marvel. Come on. Come on. Mr. One Name. I hate when people just give themselves one name. I always find that so pretentious. Hemingway's really good, but sometimes you can really hear his depression. You can really hear his depression, and it's a little hard sometimes in some of his short stories. Because he really does like sit there and there's a real bleakness to him. He's actually also surprisingly funny, which is like something that doesn't get talked about a lot. Is that Hemingway is surprisingly a funny writer at times. He has a very dry wit about him. Anyway, so those are my 2 points of conversation. But K-pop, I don't know about it, and it's probably something I'm never going to really learn all that much about. Except, I do find it amusing to hear it from like, I do find it amusing, like I actually find it quite amusing to hear from like people on stream. Like people on stream will tell me about K-pop, and I'll be like, okay. It's like a whole. I learn about it solely from you guys. Like I learn about it solely from you guys, all the intricacies. And I find that amusing. I find it an amusing way to learn about a subject. I mean, that Dynamite song isn't bad, honestly. The, you know, I did spend. There was some like alt rock that I liked. I just can't remember the name of the band. I found a really good Korean rock band a while back that I really loved, and then for the life of me, I can't remember their name, and it's driving me up a wall. Partly because it's in Korean, and I have trouble remembering non-English words at times. Oh, it was like it was real like low and melodic, like low. I mean, I found them by just like let's see. I mean, I am possibly. Let me see. Korean alt rock. I think. Oh, damn it. Don't do that. Not you. Oh, I think this is the article I found. I think it may have been Cherry. May have been Nell. May have been the Nell. Like, I'm more of a, like, alt rock guy, you know? Let's see. Yeah. Like, you know, not no offense to no offense to the K-pop, you know. I think I do. Yes, yes, yes. It's Car the Garden is the guy's name. Car the Garden. That's the one I liked. Found him. Don't want to play him. Yes, yes. This was a good band. I liked. Guy's name Car the Garden. I don't want to. I don't want to play copyrighted music because whenever I do these long streams, that was the band I liked. Kind of fuzz rock sort of thing. Anyways, I liked him. But yeah, I always, I'm always more interested. I was, yeah, which is terribly pretentious of me, but it's the truth. Yeah, I'm not gonna play it on shorter streams. I would play it just because it's easy to edit out. But on longer streams like this one right here, it's a little bit more difficult to edit out like copyrighted music. So I don't want to even bother with it. Trying to get my watch time up a little bit on YouTube, and having like a series of very long videos that I can upload without any issue is it's a plus. Yeah, it's decent. It's kind. He's kind of like he's kind of like a fuzz rocker. I remember liking it. I remember liking a few Korean rock bands actually. I don't know. There's a few others that were quite good. There's a Nell is one I think I remember kind of liking also, which is kind of like, which is a very Radiohead sort of band. It's not like I'm an expert on Korean rock or anything. Yeah. Good. Well, I remember liking that album. I listened to it a few times, and then I totally forgot his name. Anyways, I'd play it on here. Yeah, I explained. Yeah. So here's the deal: YouTube does not let me edit down 8 out. Let me just mute things for like if I go over like 5 or 6 hours, and I've already gone over 5 or 6 hours. So if I want to upload these to YouTube, which I do, if I go this long, I can't play copyrighted music, anything copyrighted, because then they block it. And I've been having fun on these streams, and I want to save them, and I occasionally rewatch these. Yeah. I can edit it out myself, but that's annoying and takes forever to do. So the new rule now is if I want to go long, like I do tonight, I have to give myself. You know what? Those superhero ones went a lot easier because I just kind of I gave them more fun. You know, I always think like, okay, when I'm gonna like try and design a character, I should make them stand in kind of a neutral spot because then it'll be easier to like figure out. And then that always takes so much longer than if I instead of just like giving them a funner position. You know, giving them like a fun position to stand in. You know, giving them. Yeah. Well, usually I would. Yeah. But that's what this is. That's what we're doing here. You know, I'm feeling so bold. Jem, about all this stuff. I'm feeling so bold about all this stuff. I'm feeling my confidence that I'm even thinking of maybe trying to adapt my my other script into maybe trying to adapt my other script. Yeah. Yeah. But I don't know yet what I want to give them into a comic. I'm feeling so bold that I'm so I'm just gonna I'm gonna try and draw them. See what ideas I have. Like, let's see. Not this. Like, this took me about 20 minutes. I didn't know exactly what I was going to do, but I did it anyways, you know? And, you may say, not the best, but, this was pretty good for me. Yeah, maybe. I'll try and... it's a romantic comedy, which is popular on the internets. Although it's my take on a romantic comedy, and my takes have never been popular on anything. Full of murder and esoteric discussions of pop culture. Pop culture. And jokes only I found amusing, yet they amused me nonetheless. Have I ever told you about my that script? I'm quite proud of that script. I think it's a strong script. I think it's one of the stronger things I've ever written. Have you ever heard the crazy backstory behind that? That's a real story, right? That actually happened. That a Lizard, you have returned. Yes, You have returned from the wilderness. Mm-hmm. Are you excited to see why can't I say words all of a sudden? Cocaine Bear. Cocaine Bear. No, Jem is excited. And its potential sequel, Cocaine Shark. Elizabeth Banks has talked about making a sequel called Cocaine Shark. Cocaine. You're excited for The Crown? You know, if you think about it, every movie and TV show about English royalty is in some way an extended universe of The Crown. No. Have you ever? Yeah, like, but every movie, TV show that involves the English royalty. Yeah, but of course, you like Halton. Yeah, I mean, I'm stealing it from a YouTube channel, kinda, where he pointed out that every movie about NASA, like the space program, could be considered part of an extended universe. If you really think about it, because they play kind of like an extended, like, historical films are all secretly like extended, like you could all put them together as an extended universe sort of thing. If you really, we should, like, somebody should do that, by the way, for real, like make an actual extended universe out of, like, yeah, exactly, yeah, they are, because they involve the same character, they involve the same characters in the same setting, just years apart. Yeah, but like all of them are, if you really think about it. Um, like okay, the Neil Armstrong movie, the yeah, uh, you didn't work for them, right? You know, Jem, Lizard worked. Lizard used to work for one of those companies. Yeah, but like, like somebody should make an actual, like, I don't know. I guess that would turn into a TV show probably. The one with the beautiful orc woman. Listen, I do think it's funny that Raid Shadow Legends stopped trying to sell itself as like a game and just like started to sell itself on, like, look at all the beautiful fantasy women we have now. Smarter move. Smarter move. I'm seeing more discussion of it now as legitimate than before. Like, nobody cared about it. Nobody cared about it beforehand, but now people do care about it. Yeah. Oh, haven't you seen the latest Raid Shadow Legend? Like the latest ones of Raid Shadow Legends. It's like they used to, like, I remember the ads all used to be like, play this like badass game, and now it's like, look at all these beautiful ladies are, and like each one is like now just focus on like a new like I have this. No, I don't even think that violates the rule. I don't even think that violates the rule, because I think now it works sort of twofold. I think the female audience can now project themselves into a version of like, now gets to picture themselves as like the badass warrior, and any male audience they pick up gets to be like, wow, look at all the pretty girls in this game. Right? Yeah. Everybody wants to be a stone. Or at least date one. Everybody wants to at least date one. That's my type. I'm sorry, that's gross, but that kind of is my type. It is. I took notice. I want to come on. I have no idea what her actual name is, but I took notice of those commercials when they started including that character. Is it? Wow. Okay. But yes, it is. I don't know. I would never. No offense, Lizard. It's. I don't play those types of games, but I. How were they? Raid Shadow. Sponsored by. Yeah. Jem, have you ever played Silent Hill? Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah, right. Lizard, how dare you? How dare you interrupt me trying to fill this? Damn it, front butt. Well, I was just gonna bring up that Lizard also worked on Silent Hill, but I think I brought that up before when you were here. Anyways, uh well, I don't remember everything. I'm sorry. I do these for hours at a time. It all blends together. Names become things. Random people's names become. It all blends in my head. Hey, I bet that. Well, get me a signed autograph from the pretty orc girl. Well, get me a signed autograph from her then. No, no. I just appreciate competent character design. Also, that word is illegal to say on Twitch. I could report you. It's illegal to say. It's against the laws here. Yeah, they banned it a few years ago. They banned it like a year ago or something. It was. What was the game you did work on? What was the mobile game you did work on? Hey, that's fine. Oh, by the way, Lizard, you sort of challenged me to try and design some superheroes, so I did. So I didn't finish them, but yeah. Well, I feel there's like two audiences for well, do you guys know that I know a voice actress from Hades? I took a bunch of improv classes with her. Uh, that's cool. That's fine. I don't mind. Should we play it? No, but that looked cool. Like the art looks cool. Some of those, like, I do have to say, some of those I've seen on, like, the mobile game. That's cool. Yeah, you get to do cool things, Lizard. You get to do really cool things. You know, even, like, the crappy mobile games are kind of cool. Shock of all shocks. You have done very... You, and who cares that you... Nah. Yeah, that's a pro. Like I used to really like mobile games, and then like they just got so littered with ads, and it's like, what the, you know, how the fuck do you deal with that? There was that. I like that one game, Gorgo. Like, you know, I'm always on like the more arty side of stuff. Like I always like the more arty side. Like there's that one game I really like. It was like a puzzle game called Gorgoa or Gorgoa, which was really cool. Did you work on that one? Yeah. So I'm feeling quite bold tonight. I'm feeling quite bold tonight, Lizard. I've decided I'm gonna see if I can design some characters from my this the script I worked on last year. Maybe I can turn it into a comic, and then maybe that comic will be so successful I'll get the money needed to make it a proper movie. And then it'll become a massive worldwide franchise. No, it won't. But maybe it'll get like 20 people, maybe like 10 or 6 people, like 10 or 4 people to read it and go like, yeah, that's okay. I don't understand some of the bit. I don't. Some. Why are we? Okay. Not full of microtransactions of it. Looks cool. I know, I know. I liked Alto's Journey. That one was a fun game, and that didn't have any ones. I'm old. Does anybody remember Alto's Journey? It was yeah, Alto's Adventure. Yes, I liked that one a lot. That was a fun one. I used to play that quite a lot. And that had no microtransactions. You spent $2 on that, and that was it. But I guess the microtransactions are too popular. I used to play that game quite a lot. Yeah, she does. She does. But she's so fast. I was wanted them to make like an animated adaptation of that because that was such a fun one. For, that got me through my college years. Let me tell you, that game. Alto's Adventure is great. That's by the way, that's like the like I don't really know much about mobile games outside of that. It is. It's super wonderful. I used to listen to that music quite a lot, like the little music, some of the music that they made, because the music was so good. That's a difficult one to search. Here, puzzle games. That is a that is a very difficult one to search. So, Lizard, what have you been up to on your sojourn out into the wilderness? Hmm. Is this the actor one? Ah, that's why you're bringing up at. Is he any good at COD? Oh, what is he? Well, dang, what? I mean, yes, we all want to pursue our dreams, but come on. Come on, what? Yeah, I mean, yeah. He'll be rich. He can. What is he talking about? He'll be rich. He can. That means he can. All actors start out as rich. All successful actors start out as rich and then just get to be actors later. Yeah, that's a good. I've sometimes thought about getting my real estate license. Make a lot of money doing that in Los Angeles. Because everybody needs a house in LA, and you can make a lot of money doing it. Yeah, yeah. Tell him to suck it up. I get you want to be an actor, but come on. He'll get on one of those reality shows. Yeah. I'm sure every actor is. I'm sure every real estate agent in Los Angeles is a failed actor. I mean, that's a noble dream. That would be awesome, but it's just, you know, he'll be fine. Holy shit! Like, my God. Do you guys want to talk about Mara Jade? I do cool things too. I do cool things too. I just hit 429 followers on my YouTube channel. I want money. 428. 427. I am growing. I mean, it is growing. I get about 10 followers. I don't want to be an influencer. I want to be an entertainer. But the only way to be an entertainer without being Steven Spielberg's daughter now is to do it on YouTube. So that's where I'm going. Yeah. I mean, I'm getting about 10 subscribers every day, you know. So, and that number, I was getting about 3 subscribers every day, and then I was getting about 10 subscribers every day. So the number is slowly going up. Every time I post, I'm getting more and more people to my stuff. Yeah, why don't I just stream with Ninja, right? That was like, that was Ninja's actual advice when he did that awful masterclass where he's just like, yeah, just like stream with a celebrity. Yeah. Well, Jem, I'll tell you something. With YouTube, it is subscribers plus watch time. That's what they really care about is watch time. For them to start paying me, this year I need to hit 4,000 hours of watch time. I mean, I'm noted for being really hard on acting reels. Let's see. Oh, he's been in some stuff. Is that Daniel Kemp? Let's see.
It was my boss. Your boss.
1 second.
Michael Best. Yeah, it was weird. He showed up around 10 p.m. asking about the status of a body that came in. Wanted to see the file. And he told me to go on the break.
Body heat.
See anybody with him? know, when I got back from my break, he was gone. And the file was still sitting there. Lisa Mills. Who is she? Car accident. Came in 2 days ago. Where's the body? Floor 7. It's right here. That's not right.
I mean, this is a real show.
Dude, that's all you. I don't suppose there's any chance you came in like this. No. And you maintain you had nothing to do with Yuki Sawa's death?
No, I didn't kill her or Shogo Ora.
Decided to do a polygraph, huh?
Yeah, but so far she's showing no indications of deception.
Probably why she agreed to it. Think we'll get better results than just going at her?
I need to catch her alive.
Did you ever make advances of a sexual nature to Shogo?
The thing is, he probably he's not terrible. He's not terrible. He's not terrible. He can. He can handle this sort of dialogue, but he's a little flat. He's a little flat. Ironically, I know he's a little flat in his performance. He would be better. I would almost say awkward is the word I would use. He's a little awkward. Yeah. 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 I mean, by the way, none of these problems are unfixable for an actor. That's something you can train to get over. Yeah. By the way, none of these problems are unfixable as an actor. He's not hopeless as an actor. He's a tiny bit stiff. He's a tiny. Yeah, no, none of these problems. He needs to just. I know he doesn't want to hear this, but he probably needs to take a few classes. Yeah, none of these are they're not hopeless. He's a little stiff on camera, and it's. Yeah. No, he needs, like, I mean, I'm not, like, the best acting person in the world. I have been accused occasionally of being too nice to actors and not giving them full notes, but it doesn't help that he has to deliver a lot of really exposition-heavy lines, which is always a little bit of a struggle for acting. Yeah. Well, when I'm on set, I tend to a little bit over-focus on, like, cameras and stuff. So it's like, I tend to make sure, like, okay, was the lines read right? So it's a little bit hard for me to occasionally... And as you can see, it's a little hard for me to put, like, words into words when somebody's doing something wrong. Like, because I could tell he's stiff. He's stiff and he's awkward. But I'm not sure how I would, like, conquer that as, like, a director. Like, I'm not totally sure how to conquer that as a director. Like, I would say, like, I would get him, like, the way I would do it is, like, I would, like, kind of chat with him, like, I would chat with him, I would, like, have him kind of very casually. Yeah, exactly. And he feels like somebody's saying lines. But again, his problems aren't unsolvable. Like, they're not unsolvable, by the way. Like, none of this is unsolvable. I know I say this a lot. Ironically, I think he would do well taking an improv class. I will say to actors like that, you should take an improv class. Not me, but not mine, but like he should probably take some improv or something. Yeah, that would probably benefit him a lot. It would. Improv is great. Improv is great for actors like that. It gets you more calm and the best lesson that it would teach him is it would calm him down in kind of stressful situations like that, you know, because the problem is like, okay, like you can kind of see him reading his lines in his head, like going over his lines in his head just a tiny bit. Yeah, exactly. The point of improv is to kind of get you comfortable, not in situations that most actors would find very uncomfortable. It would like I wasn't an okay actor until I started taking improv. Yeah, I wasn't an okay actor until I started taking improv classes. I'm not the best actor in the world, but I am. Yeah, I wish I could. I'd love to teach people improv. I really would. I think I'd really like to do that. It's just hard, and I've never done it before, so it's also a thing where it's like, people would have to. I've never coached, like, it would also be a thing where, like, people would have to, like, go, like, okay, we're going to pay you money, but you've never done this before, like, never coached it before, and I'm like, yeah, but but I'm good at it. I know what works and what doesn't work. Yeah. Would you guys take an improv class from me? Maybe we should have like an improv night on here, just like a free improv night on here, and I could show you how to do it. Like we could go through like yeah. Oh. Stand-up people are miserable bastards who are obsessed with their own misery. That's why they're awful. But failing is part of the fun, Jem. That's the true joy of it. You keep. I think I'm like 90%. I'm sure I do, and then I'm. Oh, I was. Who was I thinking of? No, casting director. I don't know this guy. No. Matt. No. That's not who it is. He's What We Do in the Shadows, right? Matt Berry. Okay, why did that come up twice? Why did some random casting director come up first? Oh, because I spelled it. He spells his name. Yeah, I know exactly who he is. Matt. I spelled it Matt Barry, not Matt Berry. Berry. Yeah. Yes. Smashing. Yes. Yes, I know Matt Berry quite well. I know. Yes, I am aware of him very well. Toast of London and all that stuff. Yes. Yeah. Well, would you guys be interested in that? We'd need 4 people. I mean, we could just do it with 3, counting me. I haven't done improv also in a while. I kind of wanted to take some classes again to get myself familiar with it. Well, it's all about. Listen. I'll tell you this, Jem. You being bad at improv, 90% of the people won't notice it. Oh no! Somebody will have to experience a bad improv night. Sure, that means it's like literally every other improv night. Yes. They are very obnoxious. It's literally Well, the thing about it is, comedians especially think they're better than everybody. Because a whole generation of people went like... Improv. It's the only art form where the Z and the B-listers are almost indistinguishable from each other. Yeah. Also, like they think they're better than everybody else. And then they'll go up like, yeah, well, you know, I really like to masturbate to porn, and this is all the type of porn I like to masturbate to, and and I have like, I want to talk, and I masturbate a lot. Okay, that's my set. Thank you. 90% will just talk obsessively about how much they masturbate. And I'm like, I wish I was joking, but it's so dire. Like, listening to like amateur like open mic stand up can be like just a soul draining experience. Sure, go ahead. But it can be like the most soul draining experience you've ever experienced, because it's just like, and they're like, and then they'll go like, and the industry is just so corrupt, man. It's just so corrupt. Like, it's just all about who you know. Like, I don't understand why like my like whole joke about like the hot porn I masturbate to isn't successful. Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's all across the board. It's all across the board. And then there's the guys who go like, "Well, I'm talking real loud about things that make me angry. I'm really angry at stuff." And then I'm a yeah. They're all pretty bad. Every once in a while, you'll get like somebody really funny, and you're like, okay, like this guy's a future star. This guy's like a future star, and then you'll get like, I don't understand why, like, and then you get guys who like. Worst conversations I've had with people are like the guys like, this is gonna be mean. This is gonna be really mean. And this is going to be terrible, and I don't think negatively of this philosophy at all, or like this religious belief at all, but I'm going to say it. You can usually tell when somebody's really bad when they bring up atheism in their act. Because, oh boy, you will then have a long discussion about why Louis C.K. is innocent, and like, he's such a good guy, and everybody's just lying about him. 9 times that, it's almost always the guy who brings up how much smarter he is because he's an atheist. And it is always a guy. It is never a lady. Pretty much. I did just talk about... Now, to be fair, I'm somewhat of a random dude on the Reddits. I did just talk about how much I like that one orc girl from the Raid Shadow Legends. So I may not be any better, but you know, whatever. Did I ever tell you guys that that I'm the mod of the Bonanza subreddit on like for the old TV show Bonanza on subreddit? That's a real fact about me. I do mod that subreddit. I've never. Oh, my dreams would come true. It's weird to admit. It's not. It's an attractive character design, and I acknowledge when attractive character designs are well put together. And yes, it may be the barbarian. I might find something very appealing about the barbarian woman. Yeah. Yeah. No. Anyways. I agree with that. would be fine with me. I've never heard of Kiss of War. Yeah. But if you guys are serious, I'll maybe we can maybe arrange something. I'm definitely not in like the mindset to do improv tonight. I'm just, this is me just being casual. I also haven't done it in about since I left LA. I'll maybe arrange a free night. I'll arrange a free night, and then I'll arrange a free night to see if people are interested in. And I don't want to force anybody. You don't have to do something you don't want to. But I've never done it online before. I've only done it on stage before. Like, so I don't know why I'm trying to talk it out of it. I want to do this. I'm just nervous. I'm just nervous because I've never done something. Anyway. Yeah. Give me some time to think about exactly what we could do. I'll think about it thoroughly. I'll strike up a lesson plan. It'll be a free night, and then it'll be a free night, and then if you like it, then maybe. Oh, this one. Yes. Oh my God, this one! I've seen this one! Oh, nope, can't play that. Don't want to get copyrighted strike. Wow. That's funny. And then we'll put on some random person's music that I know nothing about. Certainly not a bunch of public domain beats I kind of put together in hopes that maybe the internet gods would pick up on it and help increase my watch time. No, not any of that. No, sirs or ma'ams. Yeah. That is wow. That is yes. I have seen that. I have seen that talked about. Sure. Just basic advice. Remember to keep the environment relaxed. Listen to their concerns. Keep the environment relaxed. Listen if they have ideas, listen to them and seriously consider them. Treat them as serious creative partners, and always make sure that they're comfortable talking to you. Don't do that. You can't afford to do that. Don't do that. Francis Ford Coppola makes great movies, but that is not what you will do. I love Francis Ford. Francis Ford Coppola is an all-time great director, but he's not somebody. Don't emulate him in that. It's lovely talking. Jam. It was always a pleasure to talk to you. And thank you for directing that raid towards me. That was very appreciative. Yeah. Well, is it particularly negative feedback? Don't embarrass them. That's what I would say. Don't embarrass them. Don't embarrass them, you know. Yeah. Here's the thing. Actors need to be able to stand getting like actors need to be able like I'm going to say this. If you're an actor, you just need to be okay with getting feedback where the director says they don't like what you're doing in front of people. Like that's part of the job. You just need to be kind of okay with that. The director shouldn't be malicious or like cruel and go like that's crap, that's bullshit. But like you as an actor need to be tough and like just accept that that's part of the job. I always try and keep like a light like atmosphere. You know, I try not to like. Yeah, I try not to, in my opinion, I always try and keep it like a light atmosphere, like so that people like feel comfortable. You know, sometimes you have to be shitty, but also I will say this: remember, in indie circuits, like you can't afford to like have actors like walk off set. Yeah, I don't want to play copyrighted things just because like I got in trouble. Like YouTube like is all weird when uploading like stuff. So I just remembered that I shouldn't do that. Here's like I don't know. Like being real mean to actors and like getting them to I know the same. Like but being real mean to actors and okay. Your job is to get them to give the best performance that they can give. And often what prevents them from giving the best performance is that they feel awkward in doing that. They feel embarrassed, they feel awkward because it's natural to feel embarrassed and awkward in doing that. So your job is mostly to help them get themselves out of their own way. Is to like try and remove all the blocks, like all the blocks that like we as like a group of people, like a society, as human beings to survive, have put in front of them. So your job is essentially well, sometimes like you know, I don't want to admit, I don't want to be like, but it can work at times. But that can work. It can like just getting them like, but your reputation. I'm going to say this also. Just you have to think in future, and if you have a reputation of being real shitty and real mean to people, like they don't want to work with you. I would say the better way of doing it, and especially now, and especially for smaller productions, is make them want to be better. If that makes sense. Like, be the type of person when you're directing that they... Yeah, exactly. You're not Francis Ford Coppola. They will not put up with that. You didn't direct The Godfather. You didn't direct Apocalypse Now. People just won't put up with that. The philosophy you should be is like... the position you should put yourself into is that they want to. Like, they really, really want to be the best version that they can be. Because I can say, like, me working with my boss, like, he does not do that. Like, nobody is trying hard at all to, like, be the best version. They all just want to leave as quickly as... They want to just get their money and they want to leave. They have no passion to be there. And your job is to make your passion their passion. And I know that's vague, and I know that's, you know, like... it's not concrete help, but that's the best way I can describe it. It's like, your job is to make them give a shit about this. And acting, so much good acting is just simply about making them, like, get out of their own way. And Sure. I'll try my best. Because the times I've gotten good performances out of actors, she is, but she's also, Jem is a very good artist, by the way. I'd like she gets embarrassed when I bring that up, but she's a very talented artist, and she does write stuff, but she does write some stuff. I know she does, but yeah. I actually haven't seen much of her writing. I know she's working on like a video game, like an RPG idea. Yeah. Sometimes the gamers come. Sometimes the gamers come. When I'm streaming under just chatting, they tend to pop up more. I love Jem. She's great. Yeah. Yeah, I mean that's where all the drama is. Okay, let's get the guy. So this is I call these like slugs or like blanks, you know? Like just like the general anatomy is set, then we have to put on all the details. Well, it kind of isn't. Some way. I mean, the truth of it is, like, Twitch has always been about, like, personalities playing games. And to me, it kind of makes sense that eventually it just turned into, you know, a lot of people now are just personalities. You know, one day I'd like to... You know, one of my original ideas when I joined Twitch was that I was going to make a show for Twitch. Like a fiction show, and I could, like, treat this like a TV station, almost. Where I could occasionally, like, broadcast, like, episodes of a show or something. You know, when I didn't feel like streaming. I never did do that part, but... I did do... I mean, I don't really play video games on Twitch all that often. I occasionally do. I don't think I'm good at it, like playing video games. Like, or like I need a game that's like not something like I want to pay attention to all that much. You know? Cuz I just want to focus on like the story and stuff in a game. You know, it's funny to me. It's like Twitch was a thing, you know. It's funny to me, like, it's interesting that Twitch is like live TV now, essentially, because it's like essentially the internet for like, you know, internet point two or whatever you want to fucking call it, was all about like putting in the hands of the public tools that used to only be available to like the super like entertainment media industry. And like Twitch is an important one because it put into the hands of the public live broadcasts, which is, you know, like the ability to broadcast live, which was, you know, we had the ability to put up videos, even longer videos, but we hadn't had the ability to broadcast live. And I think that's very interesting. Yeah, cinema verite. See, I'm so bold now. I'm even trying to like plot out like some comic strip ideas with very, very funny jokes. Yeah. This is not what this is like storyboarding the comic. I'm just trying to figure out like what basically like I would want the art to look like. And then I would take it. Yeah, you're creative, you know this. Like then I would like sit down and actually like try and draw this for real. Yeah, it's just, I always like, I read a lot about like how they film it on It's Always Sunny, and uh, like, McClarney and stuff and the crew say like their big goal is like they keep it real light and stuff so that people actually want to work for them. They don't want it to be like super serious. And I always consider that like the real way to like approach it. Also, that's the way I want like my sets to go, because I've worked on sets before. Like Kevin's stuff. Kevin's stuff is... Oh, shit! Shit! I said his name... Oh, well. It's 6 hours in. I mean, my boss's stuff. My boss. Yeah. Exactly. Like, my boss's stuff, like, nobody has fun on his sets. Nobody wants... Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, it's success, but, like, nobody has fun on his sets because nobody enjoys work. Like, nobody really wants to be there. Like, they're there for a simple... the ironic thing about it is the fact that he pays people is good on him, but it also means that nobody's there. Nobody actually wants to be there. People are only there out of obligation, which is a weird thing in indie things where it's like, yes, it's good that he pays people, but it also means that he can't like get people to do this just for free, which is not a great sign. Because usually like in Houston especially, everybody's pretty enthusiastic about just doing it for free. So it's a weird thing. It's like he definitely should pay people, and it's good that he's paying people, but it also means that you really can't convince people to just come down. Huh? Almost everybody can do that. Yeah. Yeah. No, like they run a good set, and people enjoy working on the sets, so like people want to go there. Like, I write comedies mostly, and comedies should be, a comedy set should be fun, Like, famously, people had so much fun doing like Young Frankenstein that the crew, that Mel Brooks wrote extra scenes just so that they could keep doing it. Keep working on the movie because everybody was having such a good time. And it's like... doing that, I don't know. It can't be goofy, like laugh a minute fun, but it should be, if not that, then it should be professional, and and people should be... Okay. Okay. Is this yours? Whose is this? Okay. Well, this is obscure enough. Let's see. Let's listen.
The year is 1885, but not one that would be familiar to you.
Message for you, sir.
You know, it is tiresome having the world's greatest detective as one's mother. Don't be silly.
Or so.
Okay. Are these actual British people?
I have a half dozen armed with cutlasses.
Cutlasses? These fine gentlemen behind us?
Yes,
That's the first issue.
father?
You and Gwendolyn deal with them?
Yes, father.
Ha! Hurrah! Target practice. No guns, you silly girl. This is an airship. Gwendolyn, are you all right, my dear? Cyril just knocked out my swordsman.
The continued security and stability of the Empire relies on your efforts.
So, you know who I am.
I do. That's why I took your stick. Weapons out, men!
He's gone.
Numbskulls, idiots! We mustn't let him escape.
Hey.
What is our next ritual?
Sorry.
Traditionally, it is walking.
What is our next ritual?
All right. Hang on.
Okay, that one. Okay.
Oh my!
Oh, Albert, you're not a thing. We are much amused.
Join us in 1 week as we once again visit with the first family of the realm, Brass.
So these aren't real British people, are they? Yeah. Like, my general rule with acting is that no, you don't get to do an accent. Don't make people do. Don't let them do accents. Actors love to do accents. Do not let them do accents. Make them talk in their real voice. Do not let them do accents. They're, I wouldn't say they're bad. That bad, but no, it's mediocre. It's me. The one guy is really bad. There's one guy that's really bad, and then because everybody's doing a fake British accent, it sounds really grating.
Message for you, sir.
Like that.
You know, it is tiresome having the world's greatest detective as one's mother. Don't be silly.
Like, this is a trailer. Like,
I have a half dozen armed with cutlasses.
Cutlasses?
cutlasses. It's the accents are very distracting, and the accents are very distracting. They don't I'm very much don't let actors do accents. Like, people criticize, like, that Chernobyl show where like everybody was just speaking their normal accent. I heard some people criticize that. I'm like, no, like, it sounds bad because of the accents. It sounds bad because they're putting on a real fake, like, "Oi, I'm Mary Poppins." No, I can do it. Oi, it's Mary Poppins here, speaking in British accent. It's bad because of that. It's bad. No, do not. Just let them do their normal accents. It's distracting for a minute. And then it's fine. It's fine. Trust me, it will be fine. Like, what was I going to say? Right, you know that Chernobyl show? Remember that Chernobyl show? That was a pretty good show. Remember, there was the criticism of Chernobyl was like, I can't believe they just did British accents. It sounds so bad. And I'm like, yeah, exactly. And then I'm like, do you want actors, like serious actors in a serious dramatic performance, to do bad fake Russian accents? Be fucking for real. Yes, I am Russian man. I am Hopsky Trotsky. Yes, look at me. Like, comedians can get away with it when it's fine if it's a comedy and doing an exaggerated, like, goofy accent at times, but, like, don't, like, real dramas, like, just let them speak in their normal accents. People were okay with it. People got used to it in a second. Just let them speak in their normal accents. Like, nobody gives a shit. They're speaking English, not Russian. We accept some translation, like, hiccups. Well, yeah, because Daniel Day-Lewis is a really good actor. If you can find an actor who can do that, also he's kind of doing a John Huston impersonation. Have you ever heard John Huston speak? Yes, but he's also doing a John Huston impersonation. Yeah. John Huston, who also happens to be one of Paul Thomas Anderson's favorite directors. Let's see. A lot of... John Huston... Okay. Maltese Falcon he's... John Huston directed The Maltese Falcon, is his real famous one, and a bunch of other really great ones. Great director.
It's a funny thing to say, but she seemed bigger later. I don't mean that. I think she got a little bigger later.
Did she? No, not through artificial means of any kind. But I mean, her entire face and structure seemed to be bigger later. Especially structure, I mean. Did you sense any terrible emotional problems in her at the time? Is that a silly question?
There was a certain insecurity she had with her. I remember a coach on the set, a dramatic coach. She used to go into a huddle with her between scenes. But at that time, I had no idea what she was eventually in store for.
You can hear it, right? You can hear it. Yeah, he's doing a John Huston impersonation. A lot of actors... See? Look.
But instances, things that happened during the making of the films, I live over and over.
Well, the thing is, John Huston also...
I remember the cameras turning for the first shot of my first picture. The actors were all in their places, and they were looking at me expectantly. I had no idea what was required. Finally, my assistant, the splendid Jack Sullivan.
Anyways, I do love John Huston. John Huston's great. He also directed, like, great director. He's a guy to look into. Very... Yeah. No, I haven't. I'll take a look at that later. It's a little bit too long to watch right now. Yeah. Well, the thing is, John Huston also has that accent, because John Huston is a very... John Huston represents a very old, like, California. Like, he's from... Like, he's famous for directing his whole life. John Huston. He's in fact the oldest... He was, like, the oldest working... director. His last movie, I believe he directed when he was like 90 years old, if I remember correctly. 81 years old. So he's kind of like, but yeah, he's doing a John Huston impersonation. Yeah. Well, I'll give it a watch. I've seen, yeah. Okay, so yeah, like, I mean, like, but you know, John Huston is a very famous, he's very famous, and he has a very distinct way of talking. And Clint Eastwood also did a movie where he was essentially playing John Huston, and he does an impersonation of him too. Let's see, I think it's White Hunter Blackheart. Yes, there it is. Sure, do it. Yes, and and he talks very very officially, and yes, sure, I'll do it. It's actually quite a good movie. So, yeah, see, he's doing it too. This is a famous. So this is this. It's a very good movie, actually. Yeah. It's a very good movie, but it's about a particular moment in Houston. It's actually essentially a movie about John Huston, where during the filming of The African Queen, which is quite a famous movie he did with Humphrey Bogart, Huston got obsessed with hunting, going on like dangerous big game hunts, and almost got himself killed. Like, he's a fascinating dude. I like his stuff a lot. He directed a movie called Wise Blood that's really good. It's like, but yeah. Are you doing does your thing involve somebody who speaks like that? It's like, it's he speaks a lot like and so he has a very distinct and he very yeah, and he has a very mellifluous sort of kind of blows your mind, right? That I love that movie. By the way, There Will Be Blood is one of my favorite movies. So you should. Oh, I know that show. Yeah. Because they try and do they shouldn't do that. They shouldn't do it. What's funny is, according to the accent experts, the American accent is in fact an older accent than the current modern day British accent. Yeah, bad accents are so distracting in TV show and movies, and I would never let an actor do a bad accent if it's supposed to be somewhat serious. If it's supposed to be sort of a joke, it can get kind of racist also if you let them stray too far. Yeah. Okay, good. Because we can accept, like, Deadwood is a good show, and they use like modern curse words. I also hate when, like, one of my big pet peeves is when, like, they do, like, a TV shows or movies will do this thing where it's like, it's two characters who realistically should be speaking a foreign language, and they just, like, have them speak super heavily accented English. It's like, oh yes, parlez, of course, my friend, it's like this, and we are speaking French. Yeah. Great show. Yes. Of course we are. I used to like to practice John Huston's accent, so I can do it okay. Well, the thing about it is some actors do have, like, a really good ear for accents. And if you can find an actor who's, like, particularly good at it and who has, like, a decent ear for it, it's fine. But there'll be other actors who'll just, like, who want to put on the most broad accent possible. Exactly. Well, the thing is, here's the deal. It means that they focus way too much on the accent. Like, they focus way too much on, like the accent and, like, instead of acting. And the goal is, and I'm sure, and the goal is to remove, like, any, like, hesitations from the actor's mind. Yeah. The goal is to remove, like, any, like, things from the actor's mind, you know. Yeah. Oh no, actors love doing accents, and I never let them do it. I never let any actor do an accent. They're not allowed. I say, no, speak in your fucking normal speaking voice. I never let them do it. I'm always mean, but I'm like, you're not allowed to do it. I don't want you to. That's awesome. Congratulations. Yeah, that's what I'm hoping. But yes, yes, it's a very yes, and that's the way, and yes, it's very much the way. It's very much the way, and that's what we're doing, and you know, and it's a sort of like forgotten sort of melody, and you kind of sing it up and down, and you go up, and then when you're really thinking hard, and when you're really trying to emphasize a point, you kind of growl, but in kind of a sing-songy way. That's really good. Tell it, Panic. Tell what is the story about? What is the story about? Tragedies are always good. They're always good. Yes, they're always very, very good. I should. Can you link your thing again? The auto drama that you did, Lizard. I still haven't listened to it. I feel bad. I never read any of my friends' things. Well, that works. Tragedies are always useful. Yeah, no worries. Yes. See, now you got me talking like that. It's fun to talk like that because it's like, yes, you know, and it's like, and yes, and that's what you're doing. That's what you're doing, and it's like you're almost like, it's almost like you're whispering, but you're not really. But it's like you're like trying to call somebody in to do something for you. It's like you're trying to call somebody in. It's like you're implying that they should speak closer to you because you have something important to say. And then you kind of really emphasize. You kind of really emphasize the words. We're doing impersonation. I'm doing an impersonation. You kind of have to really emphasize the words that you kind of have to really kind of draw them out. And then you do, and then what's the other impersonation I? Yes, a little gift from my wife. Yes, you see, and like, yes, and then if you want to do the Vincent Price, it's all about in the tongue. You kind of hold the tongue by your teeth. Yeah, we're going to have a magical show. It's going to be all sorts of fun and stuff. It's going to be all sorts of fun, and we're just going to... Yes. Okay, I'll stop. Everybody gets annoyed when I try and do impersonations. Everybody gets annoyed at me, because I'll just keep doing them. It's a fun little time. Oh! It's a fun little time. Yeah. Yes, it's just fantastic, you know? And it's like, oh boy. We're all riding now to... I know, like, so Disney. I know. I saw an interview with Alan Tudyk once, and he was talking that Disney has a few like stock voices they're always looking for, and like one of them is like if you can do impersonation of this old comedian that like Walt used to work for, like that Walt used to do, like used to hire quite a lot, and he was like I think he was in Alice in Wonderland, and they're always looking for somebody who can do a sort of like that kind of voice. So I ended up trying to practice that a lot, just in case Walt Disney, I ever get hired as a voice actor, which I do not. And it's kind of it's like you're supposed to speak real. You're supposed to speak kind of like this. Yeah, you're supposed to speak kind of like this, and you're supposed to be. It's like a little high and it's a little falsetto, and you're supposed to just really lisp your words. Yeah. You'll notice once he pointed out that I noticed that Disney tries to use that voice a lot. Like Disney really likes this voice. They like to cast it in a lot of things, so they're always looking for actors who can do it. He was like an old 1920s. He was like a comedian from the 30s that Disney casts somewhat frequently. Alan Tudyk said he got his job by being able to do it. Yeah. What's funny is, that's not his real voice, right? That's not Gilbert Gottfried's real voice. He puts on a voice for his comedy. No, it's not. Let me see. If you watch him younger, you'll see what his actor.
Eventually, Neil's here. Yeah, it means fuck you. Okay. I was like Art Linkletter.
Because you used to say that you thought that it was easy to work dirty.
Yeah, like fuck, shit, cunt, blowjob, dick, pussy. Those words I never say.
You never used to say that. When we first started dating, you were adamant about having to clean that.
Pussy.
You didn't like it when people.
Right? Mind blown. Yeah. No. Yeah. That's part of his bit. Like, it's me. Yeah, that's a thing. You don't want to be known for your fake voice if you're not willing to do that. Listen, he makes $1 million. Listen, he makes $1 million a year off of Cameo. He's doing fine. He makes $1 million a year off of Cameo. He's the highest paid Cameo. Yeah. That's cool. That's real cool. Can I be honest? Can I tell you something? That's a little bit why I got burned out with like BoJack, because it's like like that is dope. Sorry. It's a good show. It's a good show. I also didn't like that. Then there's that episode where they implied that like people are into gun control because they're sexist. I'm like, that's not the point. I know.
Are you itching? Are you just itching to share it? It's a very bad episode. That was a very bad episode. Out of a usually excellent show, that was like a shockingly stupid episode. And and I kind of stopped, and I was like, ugh, and I didn't watch it for a little while after that. So I was like, I should get back into it. It was quite good. So, okay, it lost a little luster in my mind after that because that was so dumb. Like, that's the point you want to make? That's the point you want to make? That, like... I know. I watched more of it. I really liked the fourth season, the one where he goes underwater. I thought was really good. No. Kelly! Did my voice get into your brain, Callie? Did my voice get into your brain? Tell us. Oh. No, but it's a good, I don't know. BoJack is a great show. It also became a little bit of a show that, like, this is terrible. It also became kind of a show. It went from a cool cult show until a show like just like everybody knew and talked about. And it's like oh yeah, okay. I was into it before everybody was cool, and that's terrible and selfish of me. But I'm also like, I want animated dramas too. In fact, it's probably one of the best animated, Western animated dramas we've gotten, except for Spawn. But nobody watched Spawn, so it didn't get a fourth season, and it ended in the middle of a plot point. We are all cowards. I mean, see, the thing is, like, even BoJack, which is like probably the definitive, like, Western drama, Western animated drama. That's very cool. And Coral, that is very cool. Yes, good werewolf story. Has to, like, couch it in comedy. What was that? I hadn't even heard of that. I want, like, you know what I want? I want, like, a serious historical drama done in an animated style. Just for the heck of it. Yes, Coral. I once had an idea for, like, I want to do a Watergate show, but animated. Walls Push Bashir was such a good movie. Holy shit, is that a good movie? Sorry. Yes, something like that. I love that movie. Yeah. Yes, that is a good idea. Yeah. Well, I don't know. It probably, like, I love Tom Hanks, but it probably needs to come from, like... Oh, well. There's the reason it flopped. There we go. Works great. I think we discovered the reason. I think that's a really good idea, Coral. I don't want to play anything that will get. I'm still holding out hope that maybe I won't get in trouble for this. Oh, and he was in it too. Oh, was the show any good? Oh no, that was the person that rated me. Yeah. Well, the problem was that this was on. I'm pretty sure this was Yahoo. This was a Yahoo original, so like nobody watched it. Oh, the full the full compilation is here on YouTube. Let's see.
Mankind had failed, but
Okay, I'll give this a look. This never had a chance. I wouldn't even consider the failure like his fault. Like this was a show released on a platform nobody watched. Ironically, I'm gonna say this: Yahoo actually had some good shows on it. I watched. I don't know. Possibly is this an? This may be an upscaled thing, an AI upscaled thing. Well, yeah. Oh no, I think it's just. This looks like I don't know. I did try and learn how to do AI upscaling a little while ago. I thought that might be helpful. Like a lot of this AI stuff is kind of pointless bullshit, but the AI upscaling thing, that stuff, if you can pull that off, that shit's gonna change the world, you know. Yeah, no, it was a total flop, and they had to sell. They went bankrupt trying to produce TV shows. It's a shame because the shows actually were pretty good. Yeah. Yeah. I may be the only person in the world who will defend Yahoo Screen as a thing because I watched several shows on Yahoo Screen. Yeah. Here's the thing. I would even like an animated comedy that was like, you know, maybe like done in a little bit of a different style. You know? Like you know what I would kill for? I would kill for a Coen Brothers style animated movie. You know? Like if the Coen Brothers ever did an animated movie. Do you know the Coen Brothers were the first people they offered the the 1989 Batman movie to? Like yeah. In some way, Lizard, my whole life's work in some way is trying to create a scenario where I can achieve what maybe they would have done with Batman. Like in some way, that's what I'm working on in my life is to achieve the Coen Brothers version of Batman. Like they may never do it, but if I can get close to what they probably would have done, I think I would have lived my life fully. Kind of. was obsessed. I'm still kind of obsessed with the Coen Brothers. Every few months I go like, oh, I have been thinking about like rewatching all the Coen Brothers movies and reviewing them for my YouTube channel. I should do that. You know, this position where I have them like their feet together, standing, is such an easy position to draw. I'm sometimes I draw that position a little bit too much because it's very simple to draw. I love the yeah. Is more a little bit. I picture more as like a sort of a Tom Holland figure. If I could cast more what Tom Holland-ish and then. Yeah, brothers work well. All good to. I don't like the not the Duffer. No, it's the Duffer brothers who do the Who does the who are the really good ones that did like Uncut Gems and stuff like that? The Russo brother. I don't understand the Russo brothers, really. Like, the Safdie brothers. Yes, they're really good. Yeah. The Russo brothers, I don't know. What's up with them? They say stupid shit all the time. I don't know. Here's my real opinion. I think the Russo brothers are pretty journeyman directors. And the fact, like, they do well under big corporate structures, but whenever they get, like, their own, like, whenever they're in charge of their own, like, projects, suddenly they do less well. Or more accurately, they're TV directors and they direct and TV directors and they direct kind of like it. And their best work is still their blockbusters and their TV and the TV episodes that they've directed. Like, what's your favorite Russo brother film that isn't Marvel and you can't say a Marvel movie? No, you're not allowed to say a Marvel movie. Stop trying to say Marvel movies. No, you can't say episodes of Arrested Development or Community. No, you're not allowed to. Take your time. Yeah, he kind of, I don't know. I did like the first season of True Detective, but yeah, he is. Who's an underrated director? You know who's a great director that I'm not hearing anything from in a long time? Jeremy Shearden. Oh my god. And he's doing the Kraven the Hunter movie. Oh. Yeah, we were talking about that. I remember I pointed out that he's doing Kraven the Hunter next. And I'm like, why? You're so good. You don't have to do Kraven the Hunter. At least do like an A-list superhero. Like he would be like... Shut your mouth. Shut your mouth. Adam McKay is a genius. I don't know. The Big Short is great. I recently watched... Listen, The Other Guys is one of the best comedies, one of the best comedies of the 2000s. Is one of the best comedies of the 2000s. I rewatched it. It's a masterpiece. It's like one of the best straight comedies of the 2000s, and it's... Yeah, The Other Guys and... Yeah. Straight comedies of the 2000s. That is a straight up masterpiece, and so... we have very rarely really good comedic directors, but Vice was not great. And that terrible fucking Comet movie that he did, that was bad. He seems, but The Winning Time is pretty good. I don't know. Yeah, he's a guy, I don't know. I hated that Comet movie, and the fact, the consensus was that he was the real talented one in the... He was the real talented one in the Ferrell, in the, him and Will Ferrell, of the two, he was the real talented one. And in a lot of ways, yeah, but I'm starting to see he's also a little rudderless without Will Ferrell. Will Ferrell is uniquely fit his, strange movie choice as well. Yeah. The Big Short is good. Winning Time is pretty good. I think is a pretty good show. Vice was boring, and so was... Vice is boring, and really, who cares about Dick Cheney anymore? And so was... Don't Look Up is a fucking awful movie, and the fact that it got nominated for Best Writing was bullshit. I hated that movie. I was actually excited for that movie because it's Adam McKay's returning to comedy. That's good. Listen, McKay, in my opinion, directed two of the best comedies directed the two best comedies of the 2000s. So it's hard for me to totally discredit him as a person. The Other Guys and Anchorman. Coincidentally, also Step Brothers is pretty good. And he has, when he's doing good, he has a unique anarchic style, but punk kind of rock punk style, but also a lot of aging punk rockers, he's kind of getting a little annoying. Yeah, but the thing is, watch a Will Ferrell movie that he doesn't direct, and you can see he was key to that. The strong directing that he brings to it is quite missed in Will Ferrell's later movies. Because watch later Will Ferrell movies, and McKay is sorely missed. But as McKay has gotten more serious, I'm starting to realize that Ferrell was also quite important to that partnership. To me, by the way, his two best serious things that he's done have both included former collaborators of his, and I don't think that's a coincidence. John C. Reilly is in Winning Time, Steve Carell is in The Big Short. The second he started working with big name prestige actors only is when his stuff started getting bad. But yeah, no, I don't know. We'll see. But you are right. He hasn't directed anything better than the Big Short. Yeah, exactly. No. But his best stuff is still with his former Second City collaborators. And DiCaprio is turning into a weird... I really like... UCB has more interesting performers. But I also went through UCB, so I'm a little bit more cynical about them. Second City is kind of dated in a lot of ways, and they've been trading on their reputation. But also UCB, like that new owner is like a fucking weirdo, and I'm like, I'm good. I don't need to prioritize. Like, I think it's like they're now under like the auspice of like Raytheon Technologies or something crazy. But by the way, I can see why, like, Adam McKay to me directed some of the best comedy films of the 2000s. Coincidentally, a lot of them starred Will Ferrell. But I rewatched. This may be because I rewatched The Other Guys a few days ago, and I found that. So my affection for him, and I found that movie holds up really well. And rewatching it, it's like, oh yeah, the direction is strong, and you can see why McKay started doing like bigger projects. But yeah, I can see why. He's mid-tier though. He's a mid-tier of the prestige directors that are working today. Like, also. He's gotten very ranty in a way that's not particularly fun anymore. Like, he takes himself way too seriously now. And he didn't he always, like, had, he was always, like, kind of an angry political guy, but he's gotten very ranty in a way that's not fun anymore. When comedians get very ranty, they start losing fun. And the fact that he's, like... Okay. Don't... Oh my god. Well, I want him to... Yeah. Duncan Jones started off really strong, and then he got less and less strong. See, the thing is, some directors have one real great movie in them, and then they don't have any others. It's the equivalent of... there's a thing with bands. They talk about this with bands a lot, that sometimes musicians spend all their time... Like, if we want to get into it, like, sometimes musicians spend all their time, like spend their first... it's like... Okay, so it's like the equivalent of this. Like, you spend the first... You spend your whole life writing your first album, and then you have a year to write your next one. You know what I mean? Like, you had all the time in the world to make your first movie, like this huge hit, and then you just have like a year to make a new one. And I think that's like the source of a lot of flameouts for these guys, is that like they had all this time to like endlessly tinker and perfect their one movie, and they did great and they nailed it and it's like a huge hit, and then it's like, okay, well, what's your next one? It's like it's about a robot and he's like a nice guy. Definitely what happened to Richard Kelly, although Richard Kelly is a crazy person. Donnie Darko is a very good movie, but he's also... Also, he ruined Mad World. I will forever blame him for ruining a great song. Mad World did not need a slow down cover to exist, and now we're stuck with that bad version for the rest of our lives. Who? Well, I may defend him, but who knows? Who? Christopher Nolan? I mean, I like Christopher Nolan quite a bit. Listen, I'm a person who was
I was a person who was a teenager in the 2010s. Of course, I will like Christopher Nolan. I will love Christopher Nolan. I was a teenager in the 2010s. There's no way in the hell I won't like Christopher Nolan. Although I haven't seen a movie of his in like a near decade. So, you know. I will always like Christopher Nolan. I give up. Who? I don't know who. I know. Yes. I believe I've seen a movie. I think I know who Scott Cooper is. I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. He's. I don't think I've seen a movie from his, but he's a. Crazy Heart. Yes, I have seen at least one movie. Yes, Crazy Heart was not a bad movie. It was kind of a movie directed at finally giving Jeff Bridges an Oscar, which, you know, is important, I guess. And I've seen Black Mass, which was also kind of a movie about giving an actor not getting an actor an Oscar, which was less good. But yeah, he you know, he's very much a B level, like prestige guy. He's just, yeah. I would I'll, you know what, I'll grade him. I'll give him a B plus. He's good. He's competent enough. He's not a bad director. But he's also not. He's not a bad director, but he's also not interesting enough of a director to like develop a hardcore fan base. You know what I mean? You know, has he done a lot of TV work? Guys like that usually do a lot of TV work, usually as well. Like, let's see. No, oh, he hasn't. I mean, that's cool. Sure, that looks fun. You know who I liked a lot? Jeremy Schneider, I think is how you say his name. Great. I mean, we can always use more Christian Bale stuff. The guy who did Green Room and Blue Ruin and stuff like that. Great director. Yeah, Jeremy Schneider? I don't know how you say his name. Green Room is so fucking good! Oh, that is such a good movie, and like, Anton Yelchin was such a good actor, damn it, it's so fucking shitty that happened to him. Green Room is such a fucking good movie. That depresses me to no end. Like, and I love Tom Holland, but tell me that Anton Yelchin wouldn't have been like a perfect Spider-Man. Come on. Oh, I'm so mad. Oh, I love that movie so much. I love Blue Ruin. Blue Ruin is also amazing. He's just good. He's I heard such mixed things about that. I was so hyped for that movie, and then I just didn't watch it after I heard mixed things, because I'm like, oh no, he's too good. I can't, like. Yeah, you know, that may be, you know, maybe that'll be a movie in a few years where, like, people go back and watch it and go, like, you know what, this was pretty good. It was bold. It was like a bold experiment, you know. That might be one of those like come back a few years later and like maybe I have such high like thoughts about him as a director, though. I want to like it. It may be a cope. But, you know, it's good in the sense, yeah. No. No, I'm serious. Yeah. I don't know. But he's so good. Like Blue Ruin was so good. Like Green Room was so good. What is he? Has he been like? I haven't heard anything from him in a while, and he should do another color movie. He is doing a new movie, Rebel Ridge. I don't know any of these people. Don Johnson. Well, my old name came from that movie, Bigfoot Bjornsson. That's where my old name came from. That's where I got my old Twitch name, so I kind of like it. I named myself after a character from that movie for a long time. Yeah. I should. I love that movie. Hey, it may be one of my favorites. I don't know. I need to rewatch it again. I haven't rewatched it in years. Well, nobody's ever adapted Pinchant. Then do it, my friend. Then do it. To be fair, it is the best Pinchant adaptation ever because it's the only Pinchant adaptation ever. Listen, we can't let... Listen, that bastard James Franco, I know is dreaming of adapting Gravity's Rainbow, and we can't let him do it. Yeah. I don't know. I've read the book, by the way. I've also read the book. It's a very good book. And I don't know, I liked it a lot. Obviously, I liked it a lot, but I'm also a Paul Thomas Anderson fan. I'm an obsessive Paul Thomas Anderson fanboy, so of course I like it. You know, some people didn't like it because it's like, well, you know, like I don't know. Great movie. Masterpiece. Oh man. I wonder if I can do... Can I? No, I don't think I can do Philip Seymour Hoffman. Okay, a little bit. I didn't really like Licorice Pizza. I wanted to like it, but I didn't. It was weird. I don't know. It was a little weird. Yeah, I don't know. It was... But you know, my whole philosophy is once I really love a director, even if they do something I don't like, I appreciate... I'm interested in the attempt, you know? I'm interested in the attempt. You know, I don't mind it. You know, an interesting failure from them is more rewarding to me than like a half, like, you know, it being boring or something. You know. Yeah, I don't know. I thought Hateful Eight was actually really good, but yeah. Tarantino's getting a little bit too... It got kind of too The problem with guys with like real distinctive writing voices is like I think people just get sick of them eventually as a person, because you can just feel themselves. You can just feel them in the writing way too much. You know.
I do really like Django, and I do like his westerns. I think they're really good. But yeah, I don't know. Oh, so you haven't watched any of his? You haven't watched his three most classic movies? Well, if you don't, I don't know. Listen, listen, lizard. Listen, lizard. Listen, lizard. Then you'll never get the intended effect of being 15 and watching a Tarantino movie and going like, "This is the most awesome thing in the world." You missed the boat. You're going like, "Wow." I don't know. I have good memories of like Tarantino movies, but I also get why people would. Oh, you watched his like worst movie. You watched his like worst movie. You did it all wrong. You did it all wrong. You're supposed to watch Reservoir Dogs first, then Pulp Fiction, think he's the most brilliant guy, then go like, he's adapted his style pretty well into the modern day with Inglourious Basterds and Inglourious Basterds and Django Unchained. Django Unchained is really cool, although the editing isn't as good. Editing really isn't as good since his old editor died. Then you'll watch Hateful Eight and go like, oh, that's over long, but I see he has some interesting ideas in there. And then you'll watch like Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, and it's like, oh, boy, this. And they were right to say so. Terrible decision. Death Proof is just. You had bad film school friends. They should have made you watch Pulp Fiction first, or Pulp Fiction or Reservoir Dogs. No, I blame your friends. I'm blaming your friends. I'm blaming your friends for letting you do that. They should have never let you do that. What self-respecting film school friend would go like, yeah, Death Proof, yeah, that's a good one to watch first? What fucking hack would say that? David Goyer sucks. David Goyer has written one good movie by himself, and that is Dark City. Dark City, that coincidentally Nolan likes, and then he's been carried for the rest of his life by his association by the fact that Christopher Nolan likes that movie a lot. Yeah. That was a good movie. Dark City is a good movie, and then he never did anything interesting after that. And that director, Alex Proyas, has only... Well, no, he did The Crow. The Crow wasn't a bad movie. Then Alex... like the crew behind that then just never did anything that interesting afterwards. Yeah. Well, I mean, Dark Knight was a great movie, but Dark Knight was like carried by the Nolan brothers, so I'm not even gonna bother giving him credit for that. Yeah, well, some directors have, he was a stylist, and sometimes the stylists don't. Sometimes the stylists are a little bit too focused on their own, I don't know, the style, and then they kind of get lost in that. Yeah. Ironically, I think that's one of his better later day period movies, is that I, Robot film. He did that terrible, terrible Gods of Egypt movie. Did I? No. I don't have the patience to watch that. I like, bad movies are fun, but that didn't look fun to me. Yeah. Will and Jaden Smith. Yeah. Right? I also have a general rule. Here's my real here's the philosophy I have, and this is not nice. It's actually very hard for directors to stay good as they get older. It's in fact incredibly rare for a director to stay good as they get older. Usually the tendency is they slowly lose their touch as they get older. Danny Boyle has made some classic great movies up till like just a few. I don't know. There's some definite stinkers, but Danny Boyle has some real great movies, and he's made good movies up till now. So I wouldn't discredit him as a director ever, really. One of my proudest moments on Twitch. Yeah. Danny Boyle is a good example of a guy who stayed pretty good throughout his whole career. But But if you ever think about it like a director who's like, oh, he was so good, whatever happened to him, and then you watch like his later period stuff, and it's like, oh, that's not great. Yeah. One of my proudest moments on Twitch, I will say this, is there was a kid that would pop up here a lot. Used to be Manny, I enjoy talking to him quite a lot. I enjoy talking to Manny quite a lot, and I introduced him to Danny Boyle, and Danny Boyle became his favorite director of all time. So like that was a fun moment where I introduced a young film kid to his favorite director. Yeah, so that was I was quite proud of doing that. You're really gonna hate this answer. I know why. Eli Roth is really good friends with Quentin Tarantino. That's the truth of it. Him and Roth are like, Roth is like Tarantino has described Roth as like his brother, and I hate Roth. I hate his whole shtick. And Cabin Fever did. What was that Hostel movie did okay, even though it's a bad movie. I hate torture porn just in general. Like I've always hated that genre. I thought it was a shitty, terrible genre. He what? I know he's also doing speaking of your realm, Borderlands. He's directing the Borderlands movie. No, a movie. Which is just good, I guess. I actually don't like Borderlands. You know what I really liked in Borderlands? I really liked the series the episodic adventure games that Telltale did. I love that. I love that. That was one of my favorite things. Yeah. Oh yeah, we both said the same thing. You know, it's almost like Telltale had really good writers, and it's kind of a tragedy that they folded the way they did, because they had really great like writing stuff. And it sucks what happened to them. But they also kind of deserved it. But it sucks that... Yes. Yes, it was. I loved Telltale, man. I loved Telltale so much. I wanted to work for Telltale. But, like, their management was shitty and terrible, and, like, it deserved to fold, but it also... We did. You know what we do? You know what we deserve? You know what we deserve? We deserve a version of Telltale that was run well. We deserve a version of that company that with that talent being run well. That's what the public deserved. And, you know, maybe they could have just... Telltale. Yeah. Because they had an eye for talent, obviously. I went through a time of trying to follow all the former Telltale people off on Twitter, just so I could, if I could ever like I don't know. I loved Sam and Max. I loved the Sam and... Yeah. No, I know they were all like I know it was all terrible and brutal, and everybody was tired, and it was crunch like all the time. And I know all that stuff, but I want I want the good version of Telltale. I feel like we deserve that. You know, I want the version where, like, you know, the writing, you know, like, it's strong writing and adventure. I haven't yet. Is it good? I hear it's good. I haven't watched anything in a long time. Like, I've mostly been reading, which is, like, I know, terribly boring that I read now quite a lot. Oh yeah, Anya, big hit. Yeah. No, it's good, but it's just like, you know, I'm more known for being like a film person and stuff, and I read a lot now, more than I used to. I've been reading like Hemingway and stuff. for my YouTube channel, what I want to do is I want to review like short stories and stuff, and that's what I've been working on. I also been reading a lot of comic books, which is more fitting with my style. I read a Yoda comic. Marvel did a Yoda one shot, which was surprisingly great. There's a Yoda one shot that is surprisingly great, that is let down by horrible art. And I didn't get fully into that, but like the art is really bad in this Yoda comic. And like I don't like I don't like being mean to people, and like so it's like I don't know, like in video form, because that lasts forever. But the guy very I don't know if this is a cultural thing where they're from or something, but the guy the artist credited himself under one name. And I was like, oh boy, if the art sucks, man, you're gonna be really annoyed with me. I'm gonna be really annoyed with you. And then the art was so bad. I mean, it's not, I don't know. His figure work was fine, but like the background was just terrible. Because you know what they did? You know what they did in this comic that made me mad? The background is either like images, like filtered images. I can tell, by the way, artists, when you do that, and it looks bad every time. Don't do that. Or like he like got like what must be like free Unity store assets or something, and just placed them sort of randomly in the background and then traced over it. Don't do that also, artists. I can tell. Like, and also like it wasn't even traced, it was like filtered. I can tell when you do that, it looks bad. So like the story is pretty good, and it's, you know, it's this like kind of sad little story about Yoda like having to like failing to like an old friend in Yoda, an old friend of Yoda's and stuff, and like this like political conflict they get into, and it's pretty good. But the art is so you know, it's not distractingly bad, but it feels like a lot like a, I don't know. I wanted to say it felt like a 14-year-old girl who's like really practices hard, like her like tracing anime by putting up a piece of paper and drawing it on the television. Now it's, you know, so, but the story is good. The story is really good, and sometimes good stories can overcome not great art. So I gave it a good review, and I mostly talked about the story, and then I said the art is kind of bad. I don't know. I'm still... And I know, and I'm like, and I wanted to say, like, Jesus, this fucking shit gets into Marvel Comics? Like, no. And then I remembered, oh yeah, of course, yeah. See, the thing about like comic books is, just to go on a brief rant, it's quite fascinating because you can tell which comics get all the love and attention and which don't. And sometimes comics are like, sometimes especially like sort of fill-in issues can get really bad. Like, to me, like you go to like something like Supergirl, Woman of Tomorrow, which has beautiful art. Like you can frame every like frame of that as like a beautiful painting, and then you're like, wow, this is like how art should be. And then like look at this. Look. Let me show you some stuff from Woman of Tomorrow. Oh, great. I just look how beautiful, like, look how beautiful this shit is. And then you go from like that to like richly detailed, like just beautiful, like amazing artwork, and then it's like, look at that, look how beautiful that is. And then you go to like, yeah, they're standing in front of like a red square. It's red, and it's like, and I'm like, oh yeah, you can tell where the priority went. And then you go like, then you know then I see stuff like that where it's just like or I see stuff like that, and it's just like, you know, it's like barely filtered Google image searches, and I'm like, oh Jesus. Anyways, so that's my rant about that one issue of Yoda, about that one comic book of Yoda. And the guy had to be pretentious and be like, no, you will call me by one single name. And then, of course, his stuff was bad. And, you know, who am I to criticize people's art? You're watching me do my art right now. But, you know, screw it. I want to do something like that. I'm just gonna have him bend some. Anyways, by the way, that's the comic book they announced that they're going to adapt. James Gunn announced is going to be the Supergirl is the Woman of Tomorrow. Anyways, Tom King for the win again. Listen, some people don't like Tom King. I keep supporting him, and he keeps making good comics. So, pick your pick. Underrated directors. You watching any new TV shows, Lizard? I know you're quite interested in that. Have you seen The Bear? Did you see The Bear? None of my friends liked The Bear. I really liked The Bear. Oh my God, Severance was so good. Severance was so good. Have we talked about Severance? I did. You know my friend Funk? She pops up here. I did an episode of her I did an episode of her podcast where we talked about Severance for like 4 hours. Because I was so obsessed with Severance. Oh my God, is that show so good? Holy shit, you know? Here we are living our lives, and then like one of the best sci-fi shows of the generation comes on. Don't say that! Don't say that ever! Don't ever say that! La 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 la. Don't say that. We can't blow this. Yes, the hype is through the roof for the next season. Listen, I know one thing I know is that they have this planned out, which is good. They have this planned out, which is good. And not to say anything, but I have read the external materials, and I'm pretty sure the external. Did you read the short story that they did? The short story gives away a pretty big hint of what's actually going on. Yeah. So the fact there's a pretty big hint. So I'll give away something. I don't know. It's called the Lexington Letter.
I will say this. Hint. Do the files not sound like place names? Yeah, it's on Apple Books. Of course it's on Apple Books. Like all the files that they're working on, don't they sound a little bit like place names to you? It's for free on Apple Books, if you want. But don't you say that. Possibly. I have a good I have a theory about what I know there's other people here. I'm going to give away about the twist, about who the one character is. I'm pretty sure I have a pretty good theory about who she is. And about why she goes down a different door than the other ones do. But I won't say anything because I want people to watch this show. Yeah. But after watching that, I was like, oh, that's what I want to write. I want to write Severance. That's just so cool. Yeah. Possibly. Like, that's... Yeah. So, remember how in the first episode, like, Petey talks about how there are people who live there full time? So, my theory... anyways. So, I think she's one of those... So, my theory is that she is... So, my theory is... What happened essentially was she... when the car accident happened, she got into a coma. And so they severed her, and that's what's going on. So anytime she leaves the building, she leaves the floor, she goes back into a coma. So they can bring her back. So like so that's my theory of why like they'll keep like. Yeah, so that's also my theory of why like Mark will probably have to stay, because he knows he knows even if he doesn't like he knows like he can still see her there even if he can't remember her. You know? Anyways. I mean, obviously like this shouldn't go on for like a... What do I think Lumen doing? I'm not sure exactly totally what they're doing, but I think they're looking for immortality. I think they're trying to... I think the big goal is to eventually bring back Egan Lumen. Yeah, that's my theory.
and more to the point, like I believe, in a weird way that it will be. More to the point, I believe, like in a weird way, like their goal is to eventually like create a whole workforce that is like to sever like the whole world so that they have like complete control. I do love it too. Oh, that show was so good. That shit blew my mind. I immediately tried to write something like that. I came up with kind of a fun idea, like of a sort of a Severance sort of thing, where I try to combine it with like a fantasy thing. I had this idea of like, okay, can I tell you my like this idea, the Severance inspired idea? We should, yeah. Well, if okay, so I know. So I was actually kind of proud of this idea, but it's just it's one of those things where it's like a cool idea, but I just don't know how to approach it. Basically, it's so the premise is it's mysteriously there's this app that starts appearing, and I try to kind of combine it like with like a sort of fantasy sort of thing where it's like, so there's this app that starts appearing and offers, it's like a DoorDash or TaskRabbit sort of thing where you can do like jobs for it, but the jobs are always like strange, often involve like trying to hunt down strange monsters and stuff, or like do weird surreal tasks that nobody's quite sure why they're doing it. But like, yeah, so it's like, I wanted it to also be a little bit like, do you know that book John dies at? Yeah, do you know that book John dies at the end? I also wanted it to be like a little bit emulate like that, where it's about like seemingly normal kind of losers like tasked to defend against weird surreal monsters that seemingly are just popping up like now. Yeah, exactly. And the idea is like who is the app? What are they doing? And why? And it's like, and like the commercial, like I had this whole thing, like the commercial only runs like at midnight, like late in the night on random channels, and that's how people see it. And like nobody knows exactly what it's for, and it's like, or why suddenly like weird mystical creatures are like appearing. And that was as far as I got, and I couldn't think of anything else. Yeah. It was also when I was playing a lot of D&D, and I wanted to create like a modern D&D setting, where like the character like justify. Of course there is, because I have no original ideas, and you have to tell me them all the time. No worries. Yeah. No, I'm kidding, obviously. But yeah. Oh, that sounds good. I mean, I'm sure there's a few ideas like this. Good. But, it was also sort of, it's also, I also wanted it to be a little bit like John dies at the end, in that it's kind of, I don't know about that guy. I kind of, he's one of those guys that got a little bit like too into his own like mythology, the author behind it. But also his years running cracked have like not, have been really bad now. But, I did really like, I thought that book was really cool. And I thought the movie was really cool. And where it's has a deeply like surreal like tone to it. I wanted to also make it like a D&D sort of setting, but I wanted it to be a D&D setting where it's like, instead of like just kind of boring like fantasy, like, like we have to stop this big villain, it'd be like you encounter a character like trying to discuss like what, like, yeah, I don't know, like discuss the like Descartes' theory of like the mind or something, where it's like, have you ever smelled? I woke up one day and I was smelling. I woke. Well, that would be cool. It would require abilities I don't have to do that. Have you ever sometimes my goal is like, as a teenager, I felt like, as a teenager, I had all these like disparate interests. I liked crime comedy. I liked the Coen Brothers. I liked like philosophy. I liked superheroes. I liked obscure like stuff. I don't know. It's just like I had all these like disparate interests. I liked art films, and like sometimes I feel like my whole like goal is to make sure to create things like I would have really liked as a teenager, and that would have been something I would have really liked. I wanted something where it's like, they could talk about stuff that was not just like, yeah, that would be cool. I could do something like that. I wanted to make an ARG. Ah, man. I mean, there's just so much stuff I wanted to do. I still want to do. Yeah. Yeah, something like. Well, I kind of wanted to. Part of the inspiration for all of this was like I had been doing stuff for these apps. Like I had been working for like DoorDash and stuff, and so I wanted to make I wanted to do something that would like weirdly like I also wanted to do something that would comment on like modern modern lifestyles and stuff. Like we still haven't had like a good. Yeah, well, that was kind of my idea. Like, Severance is all about, like, office work, but I feel like nowadays, like, the real drudgery is, the other real drudgery is, like, gig work, like, doing, like, working for apps and stuff like that, like, doing all that gig work, and I feel like there hasn't been a good, here's, like, the truth of it, there hasn't been a good show or movie about people working for apps yet. And I guess I was trying to figure out a way to like nail that, because I've been doing work, I've been doing stuff with the apps, and there hasn't been really a show that. Yeah, so I'm still trying to figure out how to write for that, because I should. I'll do it. Eventually. Hopefully. Somebody will nail it. Like, I read something once about, like, Office Space, in a retrospective of Office Space, and that what we need is, like, somebody to do, like, a new Office Space thing, but for, like, gig economy. Like, that's, like, an untapped market. And, like, I really want to do that, but I just don't know how yet. The problem with, like, gig economy stuff is, like, so much of it's done just by yourself. Like, I do most of that stuff by myself. And I still used to do it. I don't know. I haven't done it in a long time. It's like, so it's like you're just kind of talking to yourself mostly. And then, like, randomly you'll get one bad review and no other reviews, and then that fucks up your entire score. And then there are people like, well, I don't want to tip you for, like, doing this. And I'm like, asshole, that's the only way I make money doing this is by tip. It's like, but how dare you? How dare you not get me my McDonald's? I'm like, I'm not doing this because I particularly love it. I'm doing it because I'm trying to earn money. Well, get a real job. Well, who's fucking hiring me, man? Like, listen to me. Listen to me. I am providing you a service. I deserve to get paid for that service. Like, well, I could do it. Then do it. But you're not going to. People are like, get so mad. And I'm just like, it's so mad at me wanting to get paid for a job. Anyways. It's like, and then people will be like, well, you should like protest. And I was like, okay, but I need the money now. I always love that when people are like, I always love it when people complain about, like, you know, people say like, well, this is unfair and you shouldn't, like, I just say, yeah, I would be great if I could get higher. They would pay better, but you know what? You follow me on this. You people vote that down all the time. You voted it down last time. Last time it happened, like that went up for a vote. Tell us. Tell me. A Beavis and Butthead style of Beavis and Butthead Do America 3? Beavis and Butthead Do America 3? Yes. Oh my god! That's hilarious. Oh, that's hilarious. Yeah. Have you ever seen Four Lions? That reminds me of Four Lions. Oh, you've never seen Four... Oh, that's such a good movie. Two kind of big stars come out of it. Kim Novak. So Four Lions is about four idiot terrorists in London. Let me see. I'll play a clip. It's really funny. Oh yeah, also yeah, Riz Ahmed was like the yeah, this is where like Riz Ahmed gets first famous. I'm gonna play it.
I'm gonna go ahead, brother. The mistakes go to hell. What? That's a drone. I'm it's flying low, it's gonna attack. Let's go! Where are we gonna go? We gotta take it out. Take it out, we ain't got no bullets. This is my mistake, bro. No. My mistake. Listen. Now think about it. This is God's plan, he's put us here to defend the camp, didn't he? This is our jihad. Think about it. My mistake? No, listen. That's the devil, he's in your brain, giving it the wassa. Don't listen to him. God's in your heart, bro. Alright? What's your heart say? Trust me.
Let's see. Watch it. It's really funny.
Feds can track your phone even if the battery's out. Really? Really. So they can see you underground, right? Can they see if you're not there? Where's this there? No. They can see you everywhere, which... Are they looking at us through cameras? Space cameras, yes. My dad says I'm not supposed to be on camera, it's haram. With the greatest of respect, Faisal, your dad eats newspaper. Not anymore. Marks. Exactly, bro. The way to stop the feds tracking you is very simple. You eat your SIM card. Get your SIM cards out. You remove the SIM card. No. Yeah. Can I cook, man? No, you just eat it raw, like this.
still work inside you, babe. You can still track them inside you. That's not going to be very helpful in Pakistan.
What?
Anyways, it's great. Yeah, I don't want to play too much, but it's hilarious. I love that movie so much. It's like one of the yeah, and then like Riz Ahmed, like that was his first like kind of big break, and then also who else was in it? Kim Novak. Then I mean he was bigger in England, but that's where I first heard about him. And then he, you know, now he's on like What We Do in the Shadows. Yeah. Great movie. Great movie. Yeah. No, that is a funny idea. Like, oh, the money. Oh, it's just so boring. There's a. I haven't seen The Night of. It's one of those like that was on my list of things to see. I just haven't seen it yet. I would say that's the trend. I would say that's the trend because it's cheap to do and it can look good if you pull it off. Oh, Counterpart was such a good show. That was such a good show. I liked Counterpart a lot. Yeah, I was sad that that wasn't a bigger hit. Yeah, I think I think they rushed it just because it's like they got yeah, that's the whole problem. It got canceled. So they kind of tried to like finish it up. Yeah, season 1 is amazing. I love that show so much. Listen, here's my thing. Yeah. 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 Which is good. You know, it's weird because we kind of live in a sci-fi world now in a lot of ways. Do you ever think, does that ever trip you out? In my head, that trips me out in my head a lot, is that we essentially live in a sci-fi future now. Yeah, it feels totally real, you know, but so much of what sci-fi, the only thing sci-fi, we failed. So like sci-fi is kind of hard nowadays, like because it's like so much of the future came true. Well, also you get normal, you know, it's normalized, you know. The only thing we don't do is like live off planet, but we're working like hell to make that a necessity. Oh, 5 Let's see how my videos did. Come on, do good. Please do good. Yay! Oh no. No, no, no. My videos aren't doing as well as I thought they would. Oh well. It's fine. I covered a lot of covered a lot more esoteric topics than I usually do. I'll stick to comic books for a while. I probably shouldn't either, but I do. Let's see. How are they doing? Well, it turns out maybe people aren't that interested in podcasts. My thoughts on audio dramas. Oh boy. Well, they just released. We'll see. We'll see. Give them a day or two. And I'll re-release them until they get more popular, but oh boy. That's not the serotonin boost I usually get from these. They usually do pretty well. Like I got 2,000, 2,000, 1,000, 1,000. But we'll let it go. I made one video with you in mind. Lizard. This one. Amazing. And it didn't do well. I was trying to cover like a little bit outside my wheelhouse. I wanted to do more like classic literature and like literature and maybe podcasts and like more obscure facts, but I guess people didn't care. We'll see. It's only been the first 20 minutes. It's part of the game. They don't all do well. And I have to give them a few hours usually. I'm not scared. What's your new poem? What is your new poem about, Kelly? Tell us of your new poem. I'll cover like a million superheroes for the next while. People like that. I mean, my review of the Squirrel Girl podcast will probably get 1,000 views. And then nothing else will. Maybe I'll cover Wastelanders. I don't know. Superheroes in the post-apocalypse. I don't know. I kind of wish they would just do traditional superhero stories as podcasts. I would prefer that. Anyways, confidence slightly shaken, but I'm fine. I decided to venture out and experiment with a little bit more things. I will temper that and talk about stuff people usually like on that YouTube channel. There you are. Yeah. You are angels in my pocket. There you are, a pocket of night made from glass. You took my head to hide it, a god that made it crass. An influence so cautious. What gave you this sphere a limit, a sight that made you shine? Gave you wing amid it. Now you're angel-like, less eye, more like a heart that sits where the arm pivots to have all wings start. They start now, but they all start after you, to take a place inside the pocket that hides the hand you made. Now all things are envious of nail, of finger, and bone, and make that hand their god, their new god, so that is not your own. Very good, Callie. Very good. Nah. It's I would say it's more I experimented and tried to do stuff that was maybe a little bit more obscure, and you know, people. Okay, yeah. See, yep. The Squirrel Girl thing already has hit 1,000. That's normal for me. Turns out, unfortunately, Lizard, it seems like people don't care about scripted podcasts. That much. You know what they do care about? They care about well, they don't care about my general thoughts on scripted podcasts. I'm sure if I covered I'm sure if I covered more of the Marvel ones, which I had been planning to do, they would care. But general thoughts about artistic trends in podcasts seem to not be of that much interest at the moment. Or maybe I didn't word it right. See, that's the thing about these YouTube videos I'm making. All I got to do is word it right eventually. Also, Callie, that was really beautiful and really good. Sorry if I didn't mention that. I think it's really good. Maybe I didn't word the title right. I'll eventually crack it. Sometimes I have to re-upload a video like 3 or 4 times before it works. Yeah. I like the video. I'm proud of this video. I think I made some interesting points. But nobody cares, so we're going to have to think of something new.
One day.
Yeah. I did a lot of these reviews. Oh no, I did a lot. Nobody cares. Well, look, no. I mean, this got 1,000. This got 1,000 views, and it's only been the first 40 minutes out. There's a good chance it'll get about 2,000. This got nothing. See, I was bold and I tried different things, and this didn't do that great, and this didn't do that great. Unfortunately, this didn't do that great, and this didn't do that great. Lesson learned. But you know what? Fuck it. I'm still gonna cover stuff I want to cover. See, I had been on such a roll. I've been on such a roll for the past few weeks. I haven't got any of these no view stuff. 2,000, 2,000, 1,000, 1,000, 1,000. Yeah. Squirrel Girl, by the way, if you haven't listened to it, I know you don't like in-universe podcasts, but it's very good. The Squirrel Girl podcast is very good. It's very charming. Yeah. It's interesting because it's also, I will say this, it's also a podcast clearly written with younger people in mind. Like the Squirrel Girl, oh boy, I hate saying Squirrel Girl so many times because it just doesn't, like, I don't have much of an accent, but that, that little, like, that bit of accent really, it sounds weird in my throat. Squirrel Girl is written with, like, younger people in mind, which is unique in, like, I would say podcast, like, audio podcasts that I've listened to. Like, yeah, I am from Texas. I don't have much of a Texas accent, but like, sometimes R's I struggle with a little bit. Like, I kind of, like, crush my R's together. Squirrel Girl. And Squirrel Girl is really hard for me to say. But, I don't see, like, a lot of podcasts written, like, with, like, younger people in mind. Which is a unique perspective. Yeah, but I didn't, I wasn't, I moved to Texas when I was like 14. I have a pretty generic accent in a lot of ways. Do it. Do it. Do it right now. Mm-hmm.
Spider-Man has a sister? Yes, maybe.
Since when does Spider-Man have a sister? The absurd secret behind Garfield hating Mondays. Fear is the mind killer, Callie. It is the mind killer. Garfield. Yeah, well, there's a few dudes that keep correcting me, and they've been wrong both times. I re-uploaded 2 ones that do traditionally quite well. Just to be safe. Just to be safe. Oh, thank God. Thank God. Thank God those other videos are picking up. Except the podcast one. Nobody cares about the podcast one. Nobody cares about, like, artistic trends in audio dramas. So it's a good video, darn it. I'll re-upload it. I'll re-upload it again at some later date. Listen, listen. It's about rewording it. Listen, you guys want to learn secrets of how to like upload, like play the YouTube, like the YouTube short game. Keep re-uploading them titled differently until you hit one that's a success. Eventually, the algorithm will pick up on it. I'm excited. Did you apply for that job? So it flopped in this premiere. I'll give it a few days and try and premiere it again with a different title. Okay. I did give this whole big speech about like how I'm doing great. You know how I'm confident in my YouTube. I'm confident that I'm doing the right thing with my YouTube channel, and then you know days like this when the videos don't do as well is a little bit distressing. Anyways, well, what should the cover letter say? Well, that one's slowly picking up steam. Nobody gives a shit. Really, nobody gives a shit. Damn. Yeah, I love podcasts. Anyways, that's a really good one. No, it's fine. It's fine. Now it'll, you know, what I'll do is I'll reword it. I'll upload it again at a later date, reworded with different tags, and we'll just kind of. Well, I actually kind of talked about that. That's what the video is sort of about, is like these weird, the fact that like audio dramas are like such a new thing that we have to kind of relearn. It's all like like what people do. It's like relative to the way like books and like podcasts are, stuff like that. You know, essentially just putting out those points I made last time. How it's an interesting like idea. It's a good video, damn it. I think it's a good video, but it's clearly a video with not that broad of appeal. And you know what does have broad appeal? Star Wars and Spider-Man. Two things that have traditionally very high appeal. Also Squirrel Girl, which I was correct in that's popular. Oh, fuck Harry Potter. Jesus, I'm so sick of Harry Potter. I could stoke the controversy. I don't know. I tried. But I remember when I ran outside among the gnomes outside of Borders to read Harry Potter, and I dressed up as a wizard, and I was Gryffindor because I took the test. And I was Gryffindor. And it's like, it's so important to me. Give a shit. Best party, Ravenclaw, Slytherin, Fox. You know they like bring it in, man. They will bring it in. Get it? 'Cause it's snakes. Tons of Harry Potter knockoffs. That's practically the whole YA genre is a Harry Potter knockoff now. The Magicians was good though. I remember it being good. I saw a few episodes. I thought it was pretty good. It gets, or I don't know. I remember it, people. No? Okay, I actually never saw it. Was it bad? I don't know. I remember some people liking it. What am I thinking? I never saw it. Sometimes I say I see things when I haven't seen them because I assume people will expect me to see them. Was it bad? I don't know. You know what? I'm going to say this. Magic schools are kind of a stupid idea. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. No, fuck that crap. Magic schools are kind of a stupid idea for a setting in a lot of ways. I'm just going to say it. I don't... Maybe I'm just like a little sick of like... One thing I'm really sick of now is like... One thing I'm really sick of now is like so many like series are about like training to be like heroes and stuff. And like I don't... Like I've complained about this with superheroes. Like so much of superhero stuff is now like about the business of being a superhero. And not like just doing superhero stories. And like I'm starting to realize like fantasy in some way has kind of turned into that. Like I'd like to see like, you know, I'm never gonna prioritize like a Harry Potter thing ever again, but because fuck J.K. Rowling. But it's kind of depressing to me in retrospect that we don't like get to see like just like wizards going about doing cool wizard stuff anymore. It's all about like training to be a wizard. But what are you training to do exactly? Can we see that? Can we see Can we see like here's what I want, by the way. Okay, I've been reading a lot of Star Wars stuff, so Star Wars is kind of on my mind at the moment. Disney? Why haven't we seen a series about Jedi just being Jedi? Like, why hasn't there just a series about a Jedi going around being a Jedi. We see Jedi in war. We see Jedi. Star Wars is such a weird. Like, there's always like this like training to be a Jedi. The Jedi are at war, but we have yet to really see like a good movie about just the Jedi doing Jedi stuff. Really, like going on Jedi adventures. Anyways. Like, I know it's... Oh, yeah, that looked stupid. I don't know. Yeah. It's... Yes! That drives me up a wall! It's all just like, you're going to train to do this, you're going to train to do that. I want to see people do actual shit! Like, a story about magic soldiers would be kind of cool. You know what's really boring? School. School's really boring. As a kid, I was very bored by school. Like, we never get, like wizard schools are so boring because nowadays it's all about the wizard school. Yeah, but also, let's fuck that. I want to see superheroes. I want to see them do shit. Other than just, like, constantly training to do shit. I know it's relatable. But so is work. That'd be fun. Do it. Coward. Yeah. Like, okay, here's the thing. In Star Trek, I don't want to see them training to captain a starship one day. I want them to fucking captain a starship. I just want to see them captain a starship. I'm tired. This is probably good. I should probably do this as a subject at some point for a video. Because I'm just tired of, like, I'm just tired of seeing people train to do stuff. I want people to actually do cool stuff now. Like, superhero stories drive me crazy now. Like, bad ones are, like, about, like, the business of being a superhero now. It is. It is. It is very much a crutch. I mean, we should, as, you know, especially genre stuff, should remember that young adults are there and we should appeal to them. But also, like, I liked superhero stories when I was a kid. I was not particularly interested in a school about superheroes. I was interested in being a superhero as a kid. I didn't want to go to school to become a superhero. I wanted to be a superhero. Yeah. But, you know, maybe I'm wrong, you know? I mean, that's real popular. You can do coming of age stories in other ways. thing about it is you're kind of constantly coming of age. Yeah, I know, deep. I need to, 1 second. I need to stretch. I'm so deep and knowledgeable about everything. That's hilarious. That's funny. I like that idea. I had like for in my script, my like kind of urban fantasy romantic comedy. I have this whole bit about like wizards who like they had like specialty wizards that have been like totally replaced by technology. Like there's this one character who's his whole job was like he was a toaster. Like he could magically toast he could toast bread with magic. But after they invented the toaster, like he became obsolete. So like there's this whole group of like wizards who like can just do like these very single specific things, and they just don't do like, and they can't like, and they just don't have any jobs anymore because of that. Like, because like in the old days, you could you really could toast something real good. You know, you could make good money being a toaster, but now, they don't want it. They don't want an old man to come over. They don't want an old man to come over to toast their bread. Don't know why. I'm a simple man. I just come over, I summon a demon to toast a bread, and I stay, and then they pay me $30, and then they pay me like $40. But that's just not what they want anymore. They want fancy things. And then there, like, one of my jokes that I had this whole thing about how wizards have to communicate, and essentially the idea is the way a wizard communicates is like they don't want to do anything major, so they like subtly change things and like change things so that they have like connections with each other. Like they subtly change things in like the foreground so like everything connects. Like they'll send secret messages through like newspapers and stuff. But it coincidentally, the easiest way for wizards to communicate with each other is like they emulates exactly what schizophrenia is like. Like emulates schizophrenic, like all the schizophrenic syndrome. So it means that they so that means that sometimes like it's hard to figure out if you're going insane or if schizophrenia is coming on, or you're getting like a message. So, anyways. It was a fun script. I like that script a lot. And now I'm going to do it as a comic book. Maybe. We'll see if it works. He's surprisingly turning out okay. What time is it? Jesus. What time is it for you, Lizard? You really don't have anything to do these days, do you? Yeah, I don't have much to do either. It's almost 6 for me. Just hanging out with your rich cousin. I jumped up. I got some. Today, not as successful as I thought it was. Yeah. I'm sorry to hear that, buddy. Well, we got time. We can hang out. We can. I don't mind talking. They've got me on steroids, so it's like it's not like I can fall asleep anyways. Man, I've been on for about 8 hours. Should I like try and go for like 12 hours? I mean, I'm almost there already. I don't mind. Yeah, I'm doing art. I'm qualified as doing art. Why? What are you gonna do? Sleep? No, go to bed. Go to bed if you're tired. When is the Silent Hill thing coming out again, by the way? Yeah. Have you ever thought about writing a Mario game? You know, those Mario people make a lot of money. Yeah. I should play those. I've never played them. Yeah. I've heard, I mean, Yahtzee Croshaw really likes those games, and that's usually a good sign. I don't know. We'll see. I don't think it'll be terrible, but will it be like ridiculously good? Yeah, fuck voice actors, am I right? Yeah. I mean, to be fair, I'm gonna say something controversial. Do we really want... Is the Mario voice something you can listen to for a long period of time? Chris Pratt is a terror. Like, yeah, you play with him for a while, but it's like he only ever has like a few lines ever. Like, Yahoo! Me and Mario. Could you really listen to it? Me Mario has like thoughts he has, you know. Listen, the fact that they cast, you know, right? Yeah. The fact that they cast cornbread, you know, Germanic Chris Pratt instead of like a bridge and tunnel like Italian guy is a little annoying. I was trying to think. Who's our big Italian American actors still? Like, you know, you know, you need somebody with like I mean, I don't know this person. But you need, you know, like, you know, as the big. Oh yeah, well, she's great, but you need a guy. Truly one of the most disappointing arcs of all time. Yes, she has the look. Maybe somebody like, you know, okay, so like the question is, it needs to be kind of, Mario kind of has like a tough guy voice just a little bit. You know, I don't know, like it needs to be somebody who can convincingly, like, you know, Mario usually should be played by like kind of a character actor, and it's just like, by the way, the casting of Luigi, perfect. Charlie Day, perfect casting for Luigi. She does have amazingly huge eyes. Throw it out here. Possibly they have the perfect casting already for Mario. Like, they already had the perfect casting, but they didn't cast him as Mario. Jack Black would probably have been a better choice for Mario, right? Jack Black. I think a pretty good pick. Part of me feels like it should be sort of a guy from the Bronx or something. I know they say he's not really from the Bronx, but it's like, in my head, Mario is always from the Bronx, so like it should be a guy from the Bronx. But Adam Driver, maybe. Yeah, Bronx or Brooklyn. You know, like a New Yorker. A New York. He has to be a New York. You know, he has to be kind of like a New York. Maybe Adam Driver. Why didn't Adam Driver play Mario? Mario. I bet Chris Pratt pronounces it Mario. Hey, whoopee! I'm Mario. Can we think of any other? It's weird, you know, Italian Americans used to be big, you know, there always used to be like one or two big Italian American stars, and I can't think of any at the moment. Because, you know, I can't really think of any at the moment. Like, they're always... Yes, obviously, it should have been James Gandolfini. That's the big tragedy in all this. That it should have been James Gandolfini. James Gandolfini is the perfect Mario. Literally, was there no actor better born to play Mario? But we don't get to have James Gandolfini as Mario. I don't... God is cruel. Yes. Obviously, it should have been James Gandolfini. That's the most obvious choice ever, but we don't get to have that. I'm going to throw out something here. I have a left field casting decision about I have a left field casting decision about a prominent role that's going to need to be recast pretty soon. A prominent voice role that's about to be recast. And I have a left field casting decision that I think could really work, but nobody believes me. Okay? I mean, maybe John Gabris. You know? Okay, here's my decision. I'm going to throw this out there. Oh, yeah, that's the problem. He's talented. He's a funny guy, but here's my left field. So, Rick and Morty need to be recasted. Jan Throland turns out is kind of a son of a bitch. And so Rick and Morty need to be recast. I'm going to throw out an actor's name for Rick. Now, I don't think he can do the voice of Rick, but I don't really care, in my opinion. I would rather get somebody who can act the part right than somebody who can do the voice exactly. So here's my throw out. I think they should cast Danny DeVito. No, Danny DeVito. I think Danny DeVito is the perfect pick. Because Harmon is already working with him in another show. Right? He's kind of the perfect pick. Well, he has time to do. Yeah. Yeah, there it is. And David's an Italian. I feel weird that Mario isn't cast with an Italian. An Italian American. Big fucking... Yeah. Big fucking German motherfucking Chris Pratt. Corn-fed German. David, come on. He's a Vito. Luigi's perfect, though. That's good casting. But yes, oh, who? Oh, New Our Lady Luck. Thank you so much for the raid. Does that mean we get in thank you. How was the stream? But that also means we get in It's Always Sunny Philadelphia reunion. Hey, how was your stream? Let's see this. Welcome back to being awake. Yes. We're talking about who should be who would be a better choice for Mario. Mario. And we kind of select, and I threw out Danny DeVito. Danny DeVito is the obvious Mario. Is the obvious Mario. I've never hidden that. He is. So how was the writing, Noir? And how was your sleep? We haven't slept at all because we're cool. That's good. Have you ever thought about no, yeah. Oh yeah. Well, we've been up the whole time partying. Doing some art. I drew some superheroes. And now I'm drawing the characters from my script because maybe I'll adapt that script into a comic book. That would be cool. Yeah, have you ever thought about not sleeping and just staying up? Well, we're hanging out. Hanging out down the street. The same old things that we did last week. Not a thing to do but talk with you. It's all right. It's all right here in Cleveland. Yeah, Cleveland. So what do you have? What do you have on the schedule with Thunderist? What's today like? You know, I don't mean to do these. God, I've done like. Has Guy Nation. My God, you have to protect that. It could be impacted at any day.
Think of the impact. Think of it.
Makes sense. Makes sense. I know nothing about that game, except that it's about to be Guy and Aisha is about to be impacted. After this week, after these pills are done, I'm probably gonna have to stop doing these very long streams. So, but they've been fun. Listen, as long as the conversation's good, I can go on for a while. I'm not like Hassan or something. I don't think I can do these like 24. Working on the cheese, man. Let's see, what time is it? That's good. Yeah. It is, guys, but I think I just lost all my energy. I don't know what would cause that. No. I mean, yeah, screw it. Let's keep going for a little bit more. I can keep going. I mean, the truth is, you know, I feel bad because it's like I should probably start thinking about getting some sleep now, but I have energy. I still have energy to do this. I don't know. It's just like I don't know. Especially with this digital stuff, I feel like I can just go on for hours, you know? Without having like really to sit down and worry about it. The writing exhausts me. Like I get tired from the writing really quickly, but the this doesn't. I mean, I did kind of log on today thinking like, well, what if I do 12 hours? Just to see if I can still do it. No, I'm not going to do that. Well, it's all about, you know, just have you guys thought about I mean, 9 hours is pretty good. No, I can't do it. I can't. I'm tired. I'm tired. I need to go to sleep. I've done as much as I can. Oh, I thought I could push it. I thought I could push myself a little bit more. But I'm tired. We're gonna raid somebody though. We're gonna raid a buddy of mine. You know, if you had gone on now, I would have given you the raid. Terrible. But let's call it here. I will. But let's call it here. I need sleep. Okay, have a good day. Tell them Bigfoot sent you.